good evening and welcome back. Tonight we're going to explore one of the oldest and most fascinating belief systems ever created by human hands, Egyptian mythology. For more than 3,000 years, the people who lived along the banks of the Nile River told stories about how the world came to be, about gods who controlled the sun and the stars and the underworld, about kings who walked as living gods upon the earth, and about the journey every soul must take after the heart stops beating. These weren't just stories told to pass the time. They were the foundation of an entire civilization, the framework through which millions of people understood their place in the cosmos. Before we begin, I'd love to know where in the world you're listening from and what time it is where you are, whether you're settling down for the night, trying to drift off to sleep, or simply curious about the ancient world. I'm glad you're here with me, so find a comfortable position, take a deep breath, and let's journey back to a time when the desert met the river, when pyramids rose from the sand, and when the gods walked among mortals. To understand Egyptian mythology, we must first understand Egypt itself. The ancient Egyptians called their land Kemet, which means the black land, referring to the rich, dark soil deposited by the Nile's annual floods. Beyond this narrow ribbon of fertility stretched the Deshre, the Red Land, an endless expanse of desert that protected Egypt from invaders, but also isolated it, allowing a unique culture to develop over millennia. The Nile River was more than just water flowing through the desert. It was life itself, predictable and generous in ways that seemed almost miraculous. Each year, without fail, the river would rise and flood the fields, depositing nutrient-rich silt that made the land extraordinarily fertile. Then the waters would recede, leaving behind perfect conditions for planting. This cycle became the rhythm of Egyptian life, and it taught the people something profound, that death and rebirth were natural, that endings led to beginnings, that the world operated according to patterns that could be trusted. This understanding shaped everything about how the Egyptians viewed existence. If the Nile died each year and was reborn, why couldn't human beings do the same? If the sun descended into darkness every evening and emerged triumphant every dawn, why couldn't the soul survive the journey through death's shadows? The landscape itself became a teacher, and the gods the Egyptians imagined were reflections of the world they saw around them. In the pre-dynastic period before Egypt was unified under a single pharaoh, small communities clustered along the river's edge. They buried their dead in shallow pits in the desert sand where the heat and dryness naturally preserved the bodies. When these naturally mummified corpses were occasionally uncovered, the Egyptians could see that something of the person remained. Even after death, this observation must have been powerful, a concrete suggestion that some part of us survives beyond the grave. These early Egyptians painted images on pottery and carved scenes into cliffs. They showed boats sailing the river, cattle in fields, hunters with raised spears, and they showed figures with raised arms, perhaps in prayer or celebration facing the rising sun. Already before writing, before temples, before the great dynasties, the seeds of Egyptian mythology were taking root. The gods were beginning to take shape in human imagination, emerging from the natural world, like the first land emerging from the primordial waters. The ancient Egyptians never had just one story about how the world began. Instead, they had several creation myths, each originating from different cities and each featuring different gods as the prime mover. What's remarkable is that the Egyptians didn't see these different stories as contradictory. They understood the truth could have many faces, that the same reality might be described in different ways depending on where you stood and how you looked at it. The most influential creation story came from Heliopolis, the city of the sun, located in what is now a suburb of Cairo. The priests of Heliopolis taught that in the beginning there was only none, an infinite ocean of dark, motionless water. This wasn't water as we know it, but something more fundamental, a state of non-existence, pure potential waiting to become something actual. Within this primordial darkness floated the possibility of everything, but nothing yet existed in any real sense. Then, by an act of will, Atum came into being. Atum was the first god, the one who created himself out of nothing. His name means the complete one, or the one who finishes, suggesting both beginning and end, Alpha and Omega. Some texts say he emerged, standing on a mound that rose from the waters, the very first solid ground in all of existence. This mound, called the Ben, became sacred to the Egyptians. They saw it echoed in every hill, every pyramid, every high place where earth met sky. Atum stood alone in the universe, and in his loneliness he performed an act of creation. Through his own power, without a partner, he brought forth two children. He created Shu, the god of air and dryness, and Tefnut, the goddess of moisture. Different texts describe this creation in different ways. Some say he sneezed them out, others that he spat them forth, and still others that he brought them into being through masturbation, a candid acknowledgement that creation requires both will and creative energy. Shu and Tefnut were the first pair, the first duality, in a universe that had been entirely singular. They represented complementary forces, the dry breath of air, and the life-giving moisture that makes growth possible. From their union came another pair, Geb and Nut. Geb was the earth itself, sometimes shown as a man lying prone, his body forming hills and valleys. Nut was the sky, often depicted as a woman arching over Geb, her body spangled with stars, her fingers and toes touching the horizon at the four cardinal points. Geb and Nut loved each other so intensely that they remained locked in an eternal embrace, their bodies pressed together so tightly that nothing could exist between them. There was no space for air, no room for life. So Shu, their father, the god of air, stepped between them and pushed them apart. He lifted Nut high above Geb, creating the space between earth and sky where all living things would dwell. This separation was both necessary and painful, a cosmic divorce that made creation possible but left both earth and sky eternally reaching for what they had lost. From the union of Geb and Nut came four more deities, completing what the priests called the Ennead of Heliopolis, a group of 9 fundamental gods. These four were Osiris, the god who would rule over life and death; Isis, his sister and wife, the great magician; Set, the god of storms and chaos; and Memphis, Set's wife and Osiris's other sister. With these 9 gods in place, the stage was set for all the dramas that would follow, all the myths of kingship and betrayal, death and resurrection, order and chaos that would define Egyptian religion for thousands of years. But Heliopolis wasn't the only city with a creation story. In Hermopolis, a city in Middle Egypt, the priests taught a different beginning. They spoke of the Ogdoad, which means the 8, 4 pairs of primordial gods, who existed before anything else. These weren't gods with distinct personalities, but rather personifications of the basic conditions of the pre-creation universe. The Ogdoad consisted of Nun and Naunet, representing the boundless primordial waters, He and Hauhe, representing infinite space or eternity, Kuk and Kauket, representing the darkness before light, and Amun and Amonet, representing hiddenness, or that which is invisible and yet present. Each pair consisted of a male and female form of the same principle, emphasizing again the Egyptian understanding that creation required both masculine and feminine energies, that wholeness came from complementary opposites working together. According to the Hermopolitan creation myth, these 8 primordial deities existed in the dark waters, and from their interaction they created a cosmic egg, or in some versions, a lotus flower floating on the water. From this egg or lotus emerged the sun god, who rose into the sky for the first time, bringing light to the universe. With the sun's rising, time began. Distinctions became possible, and the world as we know it started to take form. The city of Memphis, which served as Egypt's capital during the Old Kingdom, had yet another creation story. The Memphite theology taught that Ptah was the supreme creator god. Ptah was the god of craftsmen and artisans, and the Memphis creation story reflected this association with making and building. According to this tradition, Ptah created the world through thought and speech. He conceived of creation in his heart, which the Egyptians saw as the seat of thought and intelligence. And then he spoke creation into existence with his tongue. This is a remarkably sophisticated idea, suggesting that reality originates in mind and is brought into being through language. Ptah thought of the gods and spoke their names, and they came into existence. He thought of all creatures and named them, and they appeared. Every town, every river, every mountain, every living thing emerged because Ptah first imagined it and then declared it into being. This theology was later recorded on a slab of black granite called the Shabaka stone, named after the pharaoh who commissioned it, though the text itself claims to be copied from an ancient worm-eaten papyrus, suggesting the ideas were already old when they were preserved in stone. Far south in Thebes, which would become the most powerful city in Egypt during the New Kingdom, the supreme creator god was said to be Amun. Amun's name means the hidden one, and he represented a different understanding of divinity. Amun was thought to be both completely transcendent and intimately present, invisible yet all-pervasive, like the wind that you cannot see but can feel against your skin and can observe moving through the trees. The theology of Amun emphasized that the ultimate source of all things cannot be fully grasped by human understanding, that the divine essence is hidden even as its effects are everywhere visible. This made Amun compatible with other creation stories. He could be identified with Atum as Amun-Ra, the hidden one who is also the sun. He could be seen as the invisible force behind Ptah's creative word. He could be understood as the one who willed himself into existence from the primordial waters, just as Adam had done. Amun became the god of gods, the king of the pantheon, precisely because his nature was mysterious enough to encompass everything. What all these creation stories share is a sense that the world began from a state of undifferentiated potential, that creation involved separating and organizing this potential into distinct forms, and that the process of creation continues in some way, requiring constant maintenance and renewal. The gods didn't just create the world once in the distant past. They were actively involved in keeping it going, ensuring the sun rose each day, the Nile flooded each year, and life persisted in the face of chaos and entropy. The Egyptians also understood that the primordial waters of Nun hadn't gone away. They still surrounded the created world, pressing in from all sides, always threatening to flood back and dissolve everything into formless chaos. This meant that order, what the Egyptians called mat, was perpetually fragile, needing to be defended and reinforced through religious ritual, moral behavior, and the proper performance of royal duties. Creation wasn't a finished product, but an ongoing project, and human beings had a role to play in maintaining it. Of all the gods in the Egyptian pantheon, Ra was perhaps the most universally important. He was the sun god, and in a land where the sun blazes with such intensity that it seems almost alive, this made Ra the source of all light, warmth, and life. Every day, Ra would make a journey across the sky in his solar bark, a boat that sailed not on water but through the heavens themselves. The Egyptians imagined the sky as a great ocean, just as they imagined the underworld as an ocean flowing beneath the earth. The sun didn't simply appear and disappear. It traveled, and like all travel in Egypt, it required a boat. Ra's boat was called the Manjet in the morning and the Mesektet in the evening, though different texts give different names. This vessel was crewed by other gods who helped Ra in his daily journey and protected him from the dangers that lurked in the cosmic waters. The daily cycle of the sun became one of the most fundamental patterns in Egyptian thought. Each morning, Ra was born anew in the eastern sky. In this aspect, he might be called Khepri, depicted as a scarab beetle pushing the sun disk before him, just as dung beetles push balls of dung across the sand. The scarab became a symbol of transformation and rebirth, and scarab amulets were among the most popular protective devices in all of ancient Egypt. At noon, when the sun reached its zenith and blazed with maximum power, Ra was in his prime. This was Ra in his most powerful aspect, sometimes shown as a falcon-headed man crowned with the solar disk, surrounded by the Uraeus serpent that spat fire at his enemies. This was the hour of greatest clarity and illumination, when shadows were shortest and the god's power most evident. As evening approached and the sun began to descend toward the western horizon, Ra aged. In this aspect, he might be called Atum, the elderly god who would soon need rest. The Egyptians saw the setting sun as Ra growing old and weak, preparing for the dangerous journey through the night. When the sun finally disappeared below the western horizon, it was as if Ra had died, descending into the Duat, the realm of the dead. But death was not the end for Ra any more than it would be for any properly prepared Egyptian. The night journey was perilous but necessary. Ra would sail through the 12 hours of the night, each hour bringing new dangers and new wonders. The underworld through which he traveled was a place of darkness and confusion, populated by demons and hostile spirits who sought to destroy the sun and prevent its rebirth. The greatest danger came from Apophis, sometimes called Apep, the great serpent of chaos. Apophis was enormous, sometimes described as being several miles long, a monster that dwelt in the dark waters of the underworld and sought to swallow Ra's boat and end creation itself. Each night, Apophis would attack, coiling around, the solar bark, and trying to drink the cosmic waters, creating a sandbank that would strand the boat and prevent Ra from reaching the eastern horizon. The gods who accompanied Ra would fight off Apophis. Set, despite being a god associated with chaos and violence, played a crucial role here. His strength and ferocity made him an ideal defender against the serpent. Each night, Set would harpoon Apophis, driving the monster back, allowing the journey to continue. This is one of the paradoxes of Egyptian mythology. Set was both the murderer of Osiris, an evil figure who brought disorder, and the defender of the sun, without whom creation itself might fail. The Egyptians understood that dangerous forces could serve necessary purposes, that what was destructive in one context might be protective in another. Other gods and spirits aided in the battle. The deceased, those who had successfully passed through judgment and entered the afterlife, would join Ra's crew and help defend the boat. This is why the solar journey wasn't just a myth about the sun, it was also a map of what happened to human souls after death. To join Ra's crew, to sail with him through the night and emerge with him at dawn, was one of the highest aspirations an Egyptian could have. It meant you had become an Ak, a blessed spirit who would participate in the endless cycle of death and renewal, darkness and light for all eternity. The texts that describe Ra's night journey, found painted on the walls of royal tombs in the Valley of the Kings, are among the most detailed mythological documents that survive from ancient Egypt. The books of the netherworld, as modern scholars call them, including compositions like the Amduat and the Book of Gates, divide the night into 12 hours and describe in precise detail what happens in each hour, what gods and demons Ra encounters, what obstacles must be overcome. These texts reveal a universe far more complex than we might imagine. The underworld wasn't a single place, but a series of caverns, lakes, gates, and judgment halls, each with its own rules and guardians. Some regions were places of punishment, where the enemies of Ra suffered torments. Others were blessed fields where the justified dead lived in peace. The journey required knowledge. You needed to know the names of the gatekeepers, the passwords that would grant you passage, the spells that would protect you from harm. This is why the Book of the Dead, that famous collection of spells and instructions, was so important. It was a guidebook for the afterlife, a set of tools that would help you make the journey successfully. When Ra reached the end of the 12th hour of night, he arrived at the very edge of the world, in the deepest part of the underworld. Here he encountered the primordial waters of Nun again, the same waters from which Atum had first emerged. In some sense, Ra returned to the source, to the state of pure potential that existed before creation, and from these waters, like Atum before him, Ra was reborn. He emerged transformed, young again, rising in the east as Khepri, ready to begin the cycle once more. This meant that every sunrise was a new creation, a repetition of the first sunrise when light first entered the world. Every dawn proved that order had triumphed over chaos, that Ra had survived his journey, that the world would continue for at least one more day. The Egyptians never took the sunrise for granted. They understood it as a victory that required divine effort, and they participated in that victory through their prayers and rituals. Temples were oriented toward the east so that the first rays of dawn would penetrate into the sanctuary, illuminating the cult statue. at just the right moment. This daily moment of illumination was the high point of the morning ritual, the instant when the god's presence was most immediately felt. The priests would open the shrine, break the seal that had protected the deity through the night, and present offerings of food, drink, and incense while the light streamed in. They were helping to awaken the god, to ensure that creation continued, that the sun would have the strength to make its journey one more time. This daily cycle became a template for understanding all of existence. Life was like the day, full of light and activity. Death was like nightfall, a descent into darkness. But just as dawn followed night, rebirth would follow death if the proper procedures were followed, if the journey through the underworld was successful, if one could join Ra's eternal voyage. The sun became not just a physical object, but a promise, a daily demonstration that endings are temporary, that what dies can return, that light will always overcome darkness in the end. While Ra was the sun god worshipped across Egypt, another deity rose to supreme prominence during the Middle and New Kingdoms, particularly in the great city of Thebes. This was Amun, whose name means the hidden one or the concealed one. Unlike many Egyptian gods who had clear physical forms and obvious associations with natural phenomena, Amun represented something more elusive and mysterious. Amun's origins are somewhat obscure, which is fitting for a god of hiddenness. He first appears in texts from the Old Kingdom as one of the Ogdoad, that group of 8 primordial deities worshipped in Hermopolis. In this early form, Amun and his female counterpart, Amenet, represented that which is hidden or invisible, the unseen forces that exist but cannot be directly observed. He was associated with the wind, which you can feel and see the effects of, but never actually see itself. For many centuries, Amun remained a relatively minor deity. The great god of Thebes was originally Montu, a falcon-headed war god. But during the Middle Kingdom, when the princes of Thebes managed to reunite Egypt after the chaos of the First Intermediate Period, Amun began his dramatic rise to supreme importance. The Theban kings adopted him as their patron deity, and as Thebes grew in power, so did Amun. The elevation of Amun reached its peak during the New Kingdom, particularly after the Theban rulers drove out the Hyksos invaders who had occupied northern Egypt. The victory was credited to Amun's favor, and the grateful pharaohs poured wealth into his temples and priesthood. The temple complex at Karnak, dedicated to Amun, grew into one of the largest religious structures ever built. A vast maze of columned halls, massive pylons, and sacred lakes that even today staggers the imagination with its scale and ambition. But something interesting happened as Amun rose to supremacy. He began to absorb the characteristics of other gods, particularly Ra. The two deities merged into Amun-Ra, a composite god who was both the hidden transcendent deity and the visible sun in the sky. This fusion created a remarkably sophisticated theological concept, a god who was both utterly remote and immediately present, both beyond human understanding and as close as the light that falls on your face. Hymns to Amun from this period reveal a god who was seen as truly universal, a deity whose power extended beyond Egypt's borders to encompass all of creation. The Leiden hymn to Amun praises him as the one who created himself before anything else existed, who formed all other gods, who made everything that is. The text speaks of him as having too many names to count, as being in heaven, on earth, and in the underworld simultaneously, as being both one and many. This movement toward a kind of theological universalism reached its most extreme form during what's called the theology of Amun. This wasn't quite monotheism as we understand it today, because other gods continued to be worshipped and were understood as real. But there was a sense that Amun, in his deepest nature, was the reality underlying all gods, that other deities were manifestations or aspects of this one supreme power. Some texts from this period speak of Amun as having millions of forms, suggesting that all gods might ultimately be faces of this single hidden divinity. The priests of Amun became enormously powerful, controlling vast estates and wielding significant political influence. The position of High Priest of Amun at Karnak was one of the most important offices in Egypt, sometimes rivaling the power of the pharaoh himself. This concentration of religious and economic power would eventually cause problems, setting the stage for one of the most dramatic episodes in Egyptian religious history. What's fascinating about Amun is how he represents a different kind of divinity compared to gods like Ra or Osiris. Ra was the sun, visible and obvious, providing life through his light and warmth. Osiris was the god of vegetation and fertility, of death and resurrection, associated with concrete agricultural cycles. But Amun was mystery itself, the god who couldn't be pinned down or fully comprehended. He was everywhere and nowhere, everything and nothing. Hidden, yet completely present. This quality made Amun particularly appealing to people seeking personal relationship with the divine. In the prayers and petitions that ordinary Egyptians left at temples and on stelae, Amun is frequently invoked as the god who hears the prayers of the poor, who comes at the cry of the distressed, who sees into the heart. There's a warmth and accessibility to these prayers that suggests people felt they could approach Amun directly despite his cosmic grandeur. The ram became Amun's sacred animal, probably because rams were associated with fertility and creative power. Images of Amun often show him with a ram's head or with curved ram horns, sometimes holding a shepherd's crook and the ankh, the hieroglyph meaning life. The great temple at Karnak was once approached through an avenue of ram-headed sphinxes, creating a processional way where the god's presence could be felt even before you entered the temple proper. During the great festivals, the statue of Amun would be carried in its sacred bark through the streets of Thebes, giving ordinary people a chance to see their god and seek his blessing. These processions were major events, drawing crowds from across Egypt. The festival of Opet, held annually, involved the statue traveling from Karnak to Luxor Temple, a journey that took days and included stops at way stations where the god could rest and receive offerings. The oracle became one of Amun's most important functions. The god would answer yes or no questions through the movement of the bark as it was carried on the priest's shoulders. If the bearers felt the bark pulling forward, it was interpreted as yes. If it pulled back or resisted movement, the answer was no. For the Egyptians, it was real divine communication, a way to access the hidden God's will on matters great and small. Amun's theology would face its greatest challenge during the reign of Akhenaten, who attempted to replace him with Aten, the solar disk. But even this dramatic religious revolution couldn't permanently dislodge Amun from his position. After Akhenaten's death, Amun-Ra was restored to supreme status with even greater fervor, and he would remain Egypt's principal deity for the rest of pharaonic history. The Hidden One had proven that he couldn't be so easily dispelled that his mystery was more enduring than any pharaoh's radical vision. Of all the myths the Egyptians told, none was more important or more widely known than the story of Osiris, Isis, Set, and Horus. This tale explained the origins of kingship, the nature of death and resurrection, the conflict between order and chaos, and the cycle of succession that ensured stability across generations. Every pharaoh who ruled Egypt was living out this myth, acting as Horus on earth, destined after death to become Osiris in the underworld. The story begins with Osiris, who was once a king of Egypt, ruling during a golden age when the gods still walked the earth alongside humans. Osiris was a civilizing force, teaching the Egyptians how to cultivate crops, how to make wine and beer, how to worship the gods properly, and how to live according to Ma'at, the principles of truth, justice, and proper order. He was loved by his people and by his sister wife Isis, who was his constant companion and helper, but Osiris had a brother, Set, who was as chaotic and turbulent as Osiris was ordered and just. Set was the god of storms, the desert, foreigners, and all things that existed at the margins of the civilized world. He represented necessary forces that were nevertheless dangerous, useful energies that had to be carefully controlled. And Set was consumed by jealousy. He coveted the throne that Osiris held, resenting his brother's power and the love that others showed him. Set conceived a plan to murder Osiris and seize the throne. The most complete version of the story comes to us from the Greek writer Plutarch, who recorded it nearly 2,000 years after it first took shape. But earlier Egyptian texts confirm the essential elements. Set had a beautiful chest made, precisely measured to fit Osiris's body. Then he threw a great banquet and invited Osiris as the guest of honor. At the height of the festivities, Set brought out the magnificent chest and announced that he would give it as a gift to whoever could fit inside it perfectly. One by one, the guests tried, but none fit properly. Finally, Osiris lay down in the chest, and of course, it fit him exactly, because it had been made to his measurements. Immediately, Set and his 72 conspirators slammed the lid shut, nailed it closed, and poured molten lead over the seams to seal it completely. Then they threw the chest into the Nile, and it floated away, carrying Osiris to his death by drowning. When Isis discovered what had happened, her grief was boundless. She cut her hair, tore her clothing, and began a desperate search for her husband's body. She traveled the length of Egypt, asking everyone she met if they had seen the chest. Her mourning was so profound that it became the template for all funeral lamentations in Egypt. Eventually, she learned that the chest had washed ashore at Byblos in Lebanon, where a tree had grown around it, enclosing it within its trunk. The local king, not knowing what was inside, had cut down the tree and used it as a pillar in his palace. Isis traveled to Byblos, disguised as an ordinary woman. Through patient effort and clever magic, she gained access to the palace and eventually revealed her true identity. The foreign king, awed by the presence of an Egyptian goddess in his hall, gave her the pillar. Isis cut it open and retrieved the chest containing Osiris's body. She brought it back to Egypt, hiding it in the marshes of the delta, while she went to gather the things she would need for the resurrection rituals. But Set discovered where Isis had hidden the body. In a rage, he found the chest, opened it, and hacked Osiris's body into 14 pieces. He then scattered these pieces across all of Egypt, ensuring that Osiris could never be made whole again, that his resurrection would be impossible. This second murder was even more vicious than the first, an attempt not just to kill, but to utterly annihilate. Isis, however, was not defeated. She enlisted the help of her sister Nephthys, Set's own wife, who was horrified by her husband's actions. Together, the two sisters searched the length and breadth of Egypt, recovering the scattered pieces of Osiris's body. They found every piece but one, the phallus, which had been thrown into the Nile and eaten by fish. Through powerful magic, Isis created a replacement from gold and wax. Then, with the help of Anubis, the jackal-headed god of embalming, Isis performed the first mummification. She treated Osiris's body with oils and resins, wrapped it in linen, and spoke the proper spells. This ritual, performed for the first time in myth, became the template for all Egyptian mummification practices. Every embalmer who prepared a body for burial was repeating what Isis and Anubis had done for Osiris. Through her magical knowledge and her love, Isis briefly restored Osiris to a semblance of life. She transformed herself into a kite, a bird of prey, and hovered over the mummy, fanning life back into it with her wings. In this moment of resurrection, she conceived a child, Horus, who would avenge his father and reclaim the throne. But Osiris could not remain in the world of the living. His resurrection was partial, enough to allow for conception, but not enough for him to resume his earthly kingship. Instead, he descended into the Duat, the underworld, where he became the lord and judge of the dead. Isis, now pregnant and aware that Set would seek to kill her unborn child, fled to the papyrus marshes of the Delta. There, in a place called Chemis, she went into hiding. These marshes were special, neither completely water nor completely land, existing in a liminal space between worlds. Here, protected by other gods and by her own magic, Isis gave birth to Horus. The child Horus was vulnerable, and many myths tell of the dangers he faced growing up hidden in the marshes. Scorpions and snakes threatened him. He fell ill with fevers. Once, a scorpion stung him, and poison spread through his body while Isis was away. She returned to find him dying, and in her desperation, she cried out to Ra himself, stopping the sun god's journey across the sky. Ra sent Thoth, the god of wisdom and magic, who knew a spell powerful enough to draw out the poison and save the young god's life. As Horus grew to manhood, he became aware of his destiny. He was the rightful heir to his father's throne, but Set still occupied it, ruling as a usurper. The conflict that followed, often called the contendings of Horus and Set, lasted for 80 years, according to some accounts. It was a struggle that mixed legal proceedings with violent combat, divine judgment with cunning trickery. The Ennead, the great council of gods, convened to hear the case. Horus argued that he should inherit his father's throne by right of legitimate succession. Set argued that he was stronger and more powerful, that only he had the force necessary to defend Egypt. The gods were divided. Some favored Horus's claim based on justice and legitimacy. Others, particularly Ra, initially favored Set, valuing power and experience over legal right. The contendings involved a series of contests and challenges. In one, Horus and Set transformed themselves into hippopotamuses and plunged into the Nile, agreeing that whoever could remain underwater longest would win the throne. Isis, watching from the shore, worried that Horus might lose, so she created a copper harpoon and hurled it into the water, trying to strike Set. But in the murky depths, she accidentally speared Horus instead. Realizing her mistake, she retrieved the harpoon and tried again, this time striking Set. But when Set cried out, begging his sister to spare him, Isis's heart softened, and she pulled the harpoon free, letting him go. When Horus emerged from the water and learned that his mother had freed Set, he was enraged. In his fury, he cut off Isis's head. This act horrified the gods. Ra transformed Isis, giving her a cow's head in place of her human one, allowing her to survive. Thoth used his magic to heal her, in some versions placing Hathor's horns and solar disk upon her head, in others simply restoring her own head through divine skill. The turning point came when the gods decided to consult Osiris himself, now lord of the underworld. They sent a letter to the realm of the dead, asking for Osiris's judgment. His response was clear and forceful. Horus was his son and rightful heir. No one should take the throne through murder. Set had killed to gain power, but Horus had done nothing wrong. Justice demanded that Horus be crowned, and Osiris added a veiled threat. The dead could be sent against the living if his judgment was not honored. Faced with this divine pronouncement, the Ennead finally ruled in Horus's favor. Horus was crowned king of Egypt, the rightful ruler of both Upper and Lower Egypt, the legitimate heir to his father's throne. Set, for his part, was not destroyed. He was assigned a place in Ra's solar bark, where his strength and ferocity could be used to battle Apophis each night. In some versions, he was also given dominion over foreign lands and storms, remaining a dangerous but necessary force in the cosmos. This myth became the foundational story of Egyptian kingship. Every pharaoh who took the throne was considered a living Horus, the legitimate heir to a line of kings stretching back to the gods themselves. When a pharaoh died, he became Osiris, the deceased king who ruled in the afterlife, while his son took his place as the new Horus on earth. This cycle of succession, death, and rebirth mirrored the daily cycle of the sun, the annual cycle of the Nile flood, and the eternal patterns that kept the universe running. Death was not an ending for the ancient Egyptians, but a transition, a dangerous passage that had to be navigated with care, skill, and divine assistance. The elaborate funeral customs that Egypt is famous for arose from a complex understanding of what happened to a person after the heart stopped beating. The Egyptians believed that a human being was made up of multiple components. There was the physical body itself, which needed to be preserved. There was the Ka, often translated as life force or double, a spiritual copy of the person that needed food and drink. There was the Bi'a, often depicted as a human-headed bird representing personality or individuality, which could travel between the tomb and the world of the living. And there was the Ak, the transfigured spirit that had successfully passed through judgment and could dwell among the stars. There were also other elements. The Ib was the heart, considered the seat of thought, emotion, and will. The Ren was the name which needed to be preserved, because to lose your name was to cease to exist. The Shut was the shadow. The Sekum was the life energy that animated the body. All of these elements needed to be cared for if the person was to continue existing after death. This complex psychology explains why mummification was so important. The body had to be preserved because it was home to some of these spiritual components. If the body decayed completely, some essential part of the person would be lost, and resurrection would become impossible. The process of mummification was elaborate and expensive, taking 70 days from death to burial. First, the body would be brought to the Nefer, the House of Beauty, a workshop where the embalmers worked. The chief embalmer would wear a mask of Anubis, symbolically taking on the god's role. The body would be washed and purified, and then the embalmer would make an incision on the left side of the abdomen. Through this opening, the embalmers would remove most of the internal organs. The stomach, intestines, liver, and lungs were extracted, washed, dried, and preserved separately. Each organ was placed in its own canopic jar, a special vessel with a stopper shaped like the head of one of the 4 sons of Horus. Imseti, with a human head, guarded the liver. Hapi, with a baboon's head, protected the lungs. Duamutef, with a jackal's head, watched over the stomach. And Kebisenuef, with a falcon's head, kept the intestines safe. The heart was left in place. This was crucial because the heart would be needed for the judgment ceremony. It contained the record of everything the person had done in life, and it would be weighed against the feather of Mot to determine whether the person was worthy of eternal life. The brain was removed and discarded. The Egyptians didn't understand the brain's function. They thought the heart was the organ of thought, so the brain seemed unnecessary. To extract it, an embalmer would insert a long bronze hook up through the nostril and carefully pull out pieces of brain tissue. Once the organs were removed, the body would be completely covered with natron, a naturally occurring salt that drew out moisture. The corpse would rest in this salt for about 40 days. At the end of this period, the body would be thoroughly dried. The embalmers would then begin restoration. The skin would be rubbed with oils and ointments. The body cavities would be packed with linen to restore the body's natural shape. False eyes might be placed in the eye sockets. The goal was to make the body look as it had in life. Then came the wrapping. This was done with hundreds of yards of linen strips carefully wound around every part of the body. The wrapping was sacred, accompanied by prayers and spells. Between the layers, the embalmers would place amulets, small magical objects meant to protect the body. There might be a heart scarab, a sacred beetle with a spell inscribed on its underside. There might be a jed pillar, symbolizing stability. There might be an ankh, the symbol of life. There might be a wajet eye, the eye of Horus that had been healed, making it a powerful symbol of restoration. The funeral procession to the tomb was solemn. Professional mourners would wail and throw dust on their heads, reenacting Isis's grief. The mummy would be transported on a sledge. Following behind would come servants carrying possessions the deceased would need in the afterlife. At the tomb entrance, the opening of the mouth ceremony would take place. This ritual involved touching the mummy's mouth and eyes with special instruments, symbolically restoring the deceased's ability to see, speak, eat, and breathe. Without this ceremony, the body would remain inert. The tomb itself was designed to meet the needs of the dead. At its most basic, an Egyptian tomb had two parts: a burial chamber where the mummy would rest and a chapel where the living could bring offerings. The burial chamber was hidden and sealed. The chapel was accessible, decorated with scenes from the deceased's life. The walls of tomb chapels were covered with scenes that served multiple purposes. They showed the deceased engaged in activities they had enjoyed in life. These images weren't just memories. They were magical, capable of coming to life in the next world. The images were a form of insurance, a way to take the good things of life into eternity. Tombs also contained texts providing guidance for navigating the afterlife. The pyramid texts were inscribed on royal burial chamber walls during the Old Kingdom. Later, the coffin texts and the Book of the Dead provided similar guidance for non-royal persons. These were collections of spells, prayers, and instructions meant to help the deceased. The afterlife the Egyptians imagined was complex. The most desirable destination was the Field of Reeds, a paradise that was essentially an idealized version of Egypt itself, with straight canals, abundant crops, and perfect weather. Here the deceased could live much as they had on earth, but without pain or sorrow. Tombs often contained shabti figures, small statuettes of servants. These were magical helpers who would come to life in the afterlife and do any work that was required. A wealthy person might have hundreds of shabtis, enough to cover every day of the year. But before you could reach paradise, you had to pass through judgment. This is the moment depicted in countless papyri and tomb paintings. The weighing of the heart ceremony in the Hall of Two Truths. The deceased would be led into a great hall where Osiris sat on his throne. Standing around him were the 42 judges. The deceased would have to make the negative confession, declaring before each judge that they had not committed specific sins. I have not killed. I have not stolen. I have not told lies. The list went on, covering the moral code that Egyptians were expected to follow. Then came the crucial test. The deceased's heart would be placed on one pan of a great scale. On the other pan would be placed a feather, the feather of Mot, representing truth and justice. Anubis would adjust the scale and watch carefully. Thoth would stand ready to record the result. If the heart balanced perfectly with the feather, it meant you had lived according to Mot. Osiris would welcome you to eternal life. You would be declared justified or true of voice. But if the heart was heavy with sin, if it outweighed the feather, a monster called Ammit crouched beside the scale, waiting. Ammit was a composite creature with the head of a crocodile, the forepart of a lion, and the hindquarters of a hippopotamus. If the heart was heavy, Ammit would devour it, and that would be the end. Not hell, but annihilation, the second death from which there was no return. This judgment scene reveals something important about Egyptian religion. Despite all the magic and ritual, moral behavior mattered fundamentally. You couldn't bribe your way into heaven. If you had lived a bad life, no amount of preparation would save you. The heart kept score. The Egyptian afterlife wasn't passive. You lived actively, working your fields, celebrating festivals, enjoying pleasures. You could visit the world of the living, flying as a bay bird. You could join Ra's crew and sail through the sky. You could achieve immortality through your tomb, which would preserve your name and memory. This vision of the afterlife made death less frightening. It wasn't the end of consciousness, but a transition to a different kind of existence. Death was a journey, difficult and dangerous, certainly, but navigable with the right preparation and a good heart. And on the other side waited not oblivion, but life renewed, perfected, made eternal. The influence of Egyptian mythology extends far beyond the ancient world. Western magic and occultism owe an enormous debt to Egyptian religion. The Hermetic tradition influenced medieval alchemy, Renaissance magic, and modern esoteric movements. Freemasonry and other organizations adopted Egyptian symbolism, seeing ancient Egypt as a source of mystical wisdom. The Romantic movement of the 19th century embraced Egyptian themes. Poets like Shelley wrote about fallen statues. Artists depicted dramatic scenes from mythology. Composers created operas set in ancient Egypt, most famously Verdi's Aida. The discovery of Tutankhamun's tomb in 1922 created Egyptomania, influencing architecture, fashion, and design. Egyptian-themed movies became popular in Hollywood, and the mummy's curse became a staple of horror fiction, even though no such curses existed in actual Egyptian religion. Modern fantasy and science fiction frequently draw on Egyptian mythology. Gods like Anubis, Thoth, and Bastet appear as characters in novels, comics, and games. The concept of ancient Egyptian magic, the power of hieroglyphs and sacred names, has become a standard fantasy trope. Television series and films continue to reimagine Egyptian myths for contemporary audiences, testifying to the enduring fascination these stories hold. The academic study of Egyptian mythology has become increasingly sophisticated. Egyptology emerged as a scholarly discipline in the 19th century and has grown into a complex field drawing on archaeology, linguistics, anthropology, art history, and religious studies. Modern scholars can read ancient Egyptian in multiple scripts and trace religious developments across dynasties. We now know that Egyptian religion was far more diverse and flexible than earlier scholars assumed. Different cities promoted different gods and told different versions of myths. Religious ideas evolved over Egypt's 3,000-year history. The picture that emerges is not of a static system, but of a living, dynamic tradition that responded to human needs and historical changes while maintaining core themes and values. Modern technology has revolutionized our understanding. CT scans of mummies reveal details about mummification techniques and ancient diseases. Chemical analysis of residues tells us what preservatives were used. Digital reconstruction allows us to visualize temples as they appeared in their glory, complete with bright paint that has long since faded. Satellite imagery reveals temple complexes buried under sand or modern development. DNA analysis has begun to answer questions about royal family relationships, confirming or correcting the relationships described in mythology. We can now trace genetic lineages of pharaohs, understand what diseases afflicted them, even reconstruct what some of them looked like. This scientific approach complements traditional methods, giving us multiple ways to access the ancient past. The ethical questions around Egyptian artifacts and human remains have become important discussions. Should mummies be displayed, or does that disrespect the dead? Should artifacts be returned to Egypt? These debates acknowledge that Egyptian mythology and material culture aren't just ancient history, but continuing concerns. In Egypt today, pride in pharaonic heritage coexists with Islamic identity. Ancient Egyptian sites are treasured as part of national identity and as economic resources through tourism. The Grand Egyptian Museum near the pyramids houses Egypt's pharaonic treasures, asserting Egypt's role as guardian of its own ancient past. Some people attempt to practice Egyptian religion as a living faith, a movement sometimes called Kemeticism. These modern practitioners study ancient texts, reconstruct rituals, celebrate Egyptian festivals, and worship the old gods. Whether this constitutes genuine religious continuity or modern reconstruction is debatable, but it demonstrates that Egyptian mythology retains spiritual power for some people even today. Educational programs Now teach Egyptian mythology in schools worldwide, recognizing these stories as important cultural heritage. Children learn about pyramids, mummies, pharaohs, and gods. They might write hieroglyphic names or make model canopic jars. For many people, Egypt provides their first encounter with an ancient non-Western civilization, broadening perspectives and encouraging appreciation of cultural diversity. The environmental lessons embedded in Egyptian mythology remain relevant. The Egyptians understood that human civilization depends on natural cycles, that the Nile flood was essential to survival, that disrupting natural order could have catastrophic consequences. Their concept of Maat included ecological balance, the idea that humans must work with nature rather than against it. These ideas resonate in our current era of environmental crisis. The Egyptian emphasis on memory and preservation speaks to universal human desires. We too want to be remembered, want our lives to have meant something, want some part of us to continue after death. The elaborate measures Egyptians took to ensure remembrance express hopes and fears that remain fundamentally human. Reflections on a divine world. What made Egyptian mythology so enduring? Why did this religious system persist for 3,000 years, surviving invasions, political upheavals, and dramatic social changes? And why does it continue to fascinate us so many centuries after the last ancient Egyptian temple fell silent? Part of the answer lies in the mythology's fundamental optimism. Despite acknowledging death, danger, chaos, and evil, Egyptian religion insisted that order would ultimately triumph, that the sun would rise again, that the good would be rewarded and the wicked punished, that those who lived rightly could defeat death itself. This wasn't naive optimism, but rather hard-won confidence based on observing natural cycles. The universe had patterns, and those patterns could be trusted. The mythology was also deeply practical. It addressed real human needs and concerns. If you were pregnant, you could pray to Taweret for protection. If you were studying, you could ask Thoth for wisdom. If you faced injustice, you could appeal to Maat. The gods weren't distant abstractions, but immediate presences who cared about human welfare and could be approached directly. The flexibility of Egyptian mythology allowed it to adapt and survive. New gods could be added without threatening existing deities. Different cities could promote their local gods without denying others. Foreign deities could be welcomed and incorporated. Theological contradictions didn't need to be resolved because Egyptians understood that divine reality was too complex to be captured in a single narrative. The emphasis on proper ritual and knowledge rather than simply faith gave people concrete actions to take. You couldn't just believe your way into the afterlife. You needed the right preparation, the right burial, the right spells, the right moral behavior. This made religion something you did actively rather than something you merely felt. The extensive funerary texts gave people a sense of control over their destiny. The integration of religion with every aspect of life meant that Egyptian mythology wasn't confined to temples and formal worship. It permeated daily existence. The calendar was religious. The government was religious. Art was religious. Medicine was religious. Magic was religious. Everything connected through the unifying concept of Maat, the divine order that should permeate all reality. This wholeness gave life coherence and meaning. The mythology's aesthetic beauty also contributed to its power. The art associated with Egyptian religion created an atmosphere of grandeur and mystery that inspired awe. The graceful hieroglyphs, The colorful tomb paintings, the serene statues, the imposing architecture all engaged the senses. The rituals, with their precise gestures, melodious chants, and fragrant incense, created powerful experiences. The stories themselves were compelling narratives that captured imaginations. The deep respect for the dead and ancestors created continuity across generations. Your grandparents weren't truly gone. They were still present, still accessible, still concerned about family welfare. You would join them eventually, maintaining the family lineage into eternity. This created a sense of belonging to something larger than your individual life. A cosmic order that stretched from the first sunrise to forever. For us today, looking back across the centuries, Egyptian mythology offers multiple gifts. It gives us stories, narratives, rich with symbolism and human insight. It gives us history, a window into one of humanity's greatest civilizations. It gives us art, beautiful objects that continue to inspire us. It gives us philosophical and theological ideas worth contemplating, questions about death, justice, truth, and meaning that remain relevant. Most importantly, perhaps, it reminds us that humans have always wondered about the big questions, have always sought meaning beyond mere survival, have always believed or hoped that there's something more than the material world. The specifics of Egyptian belief are unique to that culture, but the underlying human impulses, the desire to understand, to connect with the divine, to find meaning in existence, to transcend death, these are universal. Egyptian mythology teaches us that human creativity in response to existential questions is boundless. Given the mystery of existence, given the inevitability of death, given the apparent meaninglessness that can afflict human life, the ancient Egyptians created a response of extraordinary sophistication and beauty. They built monuments that have outlasted empires. They developed ideas about justice and truth that still resonate. They told stories we still find compelling. They faced the void with imagination, determination, and hope. If we imagine standing at the Temple of Karnak at dawn, watching the first rays of sunlight strike the obelisks, turning them from dark silhouettes to gleaming needles of stone, we might feel something of what the ancient Egyptians felt. That daily miracle, the sun's return after darkness, was for them proof that order persists, that chaos can be defeated, that death is not the final word. The priest in the sanctuary, breaking the seal on the shrine, speaking the words of awakening to the god, was participating in creation itself. He wasn't just going through motions, but actively helping to maintain the universe, ensuring that the sun would continue to rise, that the world would continue to exist. Every ritual action had cosmic significance. Every offering mattered. Every prayer was heard. The farmer in the field, planting his crops after the Nile flood, was repeating the act of creation, bringing order from chaos, making fertility emerge from the black mud. The scribe, learning his hieroglyphs, was connecting with Thoth, participating in the divine gift of writing that allowed knowledge to persist across generations. The mother placing an amulet on her child was invoking divine protection for the most vulnerable of human beings. The dying person preparing for the journey through the underworld was following the path Osiris had taken, armed with the knowledge Isis had used, protected by spells perfected over centuries. They faced death, not with terror, but with confidence, trusting that if they had lived according to Mayat, if they had the right knowledge, if proper rituals had been performed, they would overcome death and emerge transformed, justified, blessed, eternal. And when we read these ancient texts today, when we look at these monuments, when we study these myths, we are keeping the ancient Egyptians' hopes alive. They wanted to be remembered. They built in stone because stone endures. They wrote spells that would preserve their names. They believed that to be remembered was to continue existing. And here we are, thousands of years later, still speaking their names, still marveling at their achievements, still pondering their beliefs. Ra still sails across the sky each day in his bark, though we now call it the sun and explain its movement through physics rather than mythology. Osiris still dies and is reborn each year, though we now see it in the agricultural cycle, the dormancy of winter, and the growth of spring. Isis still searches for what was lost and makes it whole through love and magic. The patterns the Egyptians saw in their gods remain patterns in reality, in nature, in human experience. The questions the Egyptians asked: what happens after death? How should we live? What is justice? Why do we suffer? Why is there something rather than nothing? These are still our questions. We have different answers now, informed by different knowledge and different experiences. But the questions persist because they're fundamental to being human, to being conscious creatures who know we will die and who wonder why we exist at all. Egyptian mythology reminds us that these questions have always been with us and that humans have always been capable of creating beautiful, sophisticated, meaningful responses to them. The Egyptians didn't have modern science, didn't have our technology, didn't have our accumulated knowledge, but they had insight, imagination, and a profound sense that existence itself was sacred, that life was a gift worth celebrating and preserving, that death could be faced with courage and hope. The ancient Egyptians were prolific writers when it came to religious texts, creating vast libraries of spells, hymns, instructions, and mythological narratives that were meant to guide both the living and the dead. These texts evolved over millennia, each generation adding to the corpus of sacred knowledge while preserving the wisdom of their ancestors. The earliest of these great collections are the pyramid texts, found carved into the walls of royal burial chambers, beginning with the Pyramid of Unis at the end of the 5th dynasty, around 2375 BCE. These are among the oldest religious texts in the world, written in a language so archaic that even later Egyptians sometimes struggled to understand them fully. The texts were reserved exclusively for royalty at first. Inscribed on the walls where no living person, except perhaps a handful of priests, would ever see them. They weren't meant for human eyes, but for the deceased king himself, who would read them in the afterlife and use them to navigate the dangers of the underworld. The pyramid texts consist of nearly 800 spells or utterances, each addressing different aspects of the afterlife journey. Some are protective spells meant to ward off dangers like snakes and scorpions. Others are transformation spells that would allow the king to take various forms, becoming a bird to fly to heaven, or a lotus flower to be reborn from the primordial waters. Still others are ferrying spells that would help the king cross the celestial waters to reach the imperishable stars. What's striking about the pyramid texts is their imagery, They speak of the king climbing a ladder to heaven, of him being suckled by goddesses, of him joining Ra in his solar bark, of him becoming one of the circumpolar stars that never set below the horizon. The texts reveal a view of the afterlife quite different from the later Book of the Dead tradition. Here, the king doesn't seek to enter the field of reeds in the west. Instead, he ascends to the sky, to the realm of the stars, where he will live forever among the gods. The language is often beautiful and strange. One utterance says, "The sky is pregnant, the stars are in labor. They have given birth to the morning star. Your bones are the iron bones of the sky. You are a god. You are an Ak." Another states, "Your mother Nut spreads herself over you in her name Sky. She gives you to the gods in her name Shrine. She saves you from all things in her name Great Protectress." During the first intermediate period in the Middle Kingdom, around 2100 to 1800 BCE, religious texts began to democratize. What had been exclusively royal privileges started becoming available to wealthy non-royal individuals. The coffin texts emerged during this period, painted on the wooden coffins of nobles and officials. These texts borrowed heavily from the pyramid texts, but also added new material, new spells, new concepts about the afterlife. The coffin texts are even more extensive than the pyramid texts, with over 1,000 spells recorded across various coffins. They reveal a changing theology, one where the afterlife was no longer imagined solely as ascension to the stars, but also as a journey to the west, to the realm of Osiris, where judgment awaited. The spells deal with practical concerns: how to avoid being turned upside down in the underworld, how to breathe air, how to eat bread, how to drink water, how to have power over one's own body. One of the most important sections of the coffin text is what scholars call the Book of Two Ways, one of the earliest known examples of an illustrated book. The Book of Two Ways contained a map, a visual guide to the underworld with two possible routes, one by land and one by water, that the deceased could take to reach the throne of Osiris. The map showed lakes of fire to be avoided, gates to be passed through, demons to be appeased or fought. It was quite literally a roadmap to the afterlife, acknowledging that the journey was complicated and that getting lost meant risking the second death. By the New Kingdom, around 1550 BCE, yet another transformation occurred. The Book of the Dead emerged, although the Egyptians never called it that. They knew it as the Book of Going Forth by Day, a title that emphasizes movement, emergence, freedom. The dead weren't trapped in their tombs or confined to the underworld. They could go forth by day, meaning they could leave their tombs, visit the land of the living, see the sun, and participate in life even after death. The Book of the Dead was written on papyrus scrolls that were placed in the tomb with the deceased. Unlike the pyramid texts carved in stone or the coffin texts painted on wood, these were portable, personal guidebooks. And because they were written on papyrus, scribes could produce copies relatively affordably, which meant that people of moderate wealth, not just the super elite, could obtain them. The democratization of the afterlife continued. The spells in the Book of the Dead numbered about 200, though no single papyrus contained all of them. People selected which spells they wanted based on their budget, their personal concerns, and probably the advice of priests. Some spells were considered essential and appear in almost every copy. Chapter 125, the Weighing of the Heart Ceremony with the Negative Confession. was crucial. Chapter 6, which activated the Shabti servant figures, was nearly universal. Chapter 30b, which prevented your heart from testifying against you, was popular for obvious reasons. Other spells addressed specific fears or desires. There were spells to avoid eating feces in the afterlife, a concern that makes sense when you remember that the Egyptians believed the afterlife was quite physical and bodily functions continued. There were spells to avoid having your head cut off in the underworld, to avoid dying a second time, to avoid being trapped upside down. There were spells to allow you to transform into various creatures, a falcon, a lotus flower, a phoenix, even a god. The transformations gave you options, different ways to navigate different situations you might encounter. The vignettes that illustrated these spells are masterpieces of Egyptian art. The scenes show the deceased standing before Osiris, their heart being weighed, their transformation into various forms, their journey through the gates of the underworld. The finest examples, like the papyrus of Ani or the papyrus of Hunefer, are stunningly beautiful, with rich colors that have survived over 3,000 years. Looking at them, you can sense the care and devotion that went into their creation, the hope and love that motivated families to commission these guides for their deceased relatives. The Book of the Dead wasn't the only funerary text used in the New Kingdom. The royal tombs in the Valley of the Kings were decorated with other compositions that collectively are called the Books of the Netherworld, or the Books of the Afterlife. These texts provided hour-by-hour accounts of what happened during the sun god's nightly journey through the underworld, and by extension, what the deceased king would experience on his own journey. The Amduat, whose name means that which is in the underworld, divides the night into 12 hours and describes each hour's geography, inhabitants, and events in meticulous detail. The first hour shows Ra's bark entering the western horizon, the deceased joining his crew. The second hour presents the watery realm where the gods are given their positions. The third hour warns of dangerous sandbanks where the serpent Apophis tries to ground the boat. And so it continues through midnight, the deepest and most dangerous part of the night, until finally the 12th hour shows Ra emerging reborn in the east. The text is accompanied by detailed illustrations showing the sun god's bark sailing through caverns, past lakes of fire, through regions where the damned are punished and where the blessed are rewarded. Each register of the composition is filled with gods and demons, each with their own name and function. To modern eyes, it can seem overwhelming, this crowded supernatural landscape. But to the Egyptians, it provided certainty. The afterlife wasn't an unknown void. It was a place with geography, inhabitants, and rules. If you knew the names and spoke the right words, you could navigate it successfully. The Book of Gates is similar to the Amduat, but organizes the underworld journey differently. Instead of hours, it focuses on the gates that must be passed through, each guarded by serpents and minor deities who must be properly addressed before they'll allow passage. The Book of Caverns emphasizes the punishment of the wicked and the rewards of the blessed, giving more attention to moral accounting than the other netherworld books. In the late period, after about 664 BCE, new funerary texts appeared as Egypt entered its final pharaonic centuries. The Book of Breathing was a condensed guide, shorter and cheaper than the full Book of the Dead. allowing people of modest means to still have some textual protection for the afterlife. It focused on the essential spells, the ones you absolutely needed, stripped of elaboration and decoration. The Book of Traversing Eternity was another late period text emphasizing the cyclical nature of existence and the solar journey. It stressed that the deceased would participate in the eternal cycle, dying and being reborn each day, along with the sun, living forever through endless repetition rather than through a single successful journey and judgment. All of these texts, from the pyramid texts to the late period compositions, reveal a civilization deeply concerned with preserving life beyond death, with making the transition as safe as possible, with maintaining identity and consciousness in the face of mortality's threat. The Egyptians committed enormous resources to writing, copying, illustrating, and burying these texts. They represent thousands of hours of scribal labor, centuries of theological development, and the accumulated religious wisdom of one of history's longest-lasting civilizations. But these weren't just funerary texts. The Egyptians also produced hymns, prayers, and theological treatises meant for the living. The hymns to various gods that have survived reveal sophisticated poetic skill and deep devotional feeling. The great hymn to Amun from the New Kingdom praises the god as creator of all things, hidden yet present everywhere, transcendent yet intimately concerned with human welfare. The hymn uses language that sounds almost monotheistic, calling Amun the sole one and the one who made himself. Yet it was written in a thoroughly polytheistic context where many gods were worshipped. The great hymn to the Aten, composed during Akhenaten's reign, is perhaps the most famous Egyptian hymn, partly because of its possible connection to biblical psalms. It praises the sun disk as the sole source of life, describing in beautiful language how the world awakens at dawn when the Aten rises, how all creatures depend on his light, how he cares for all lands and peoples equally. Even those who disagreed with Akhenaten's religious revolution could acknowledge the literary power of this composition. The instruction genre represents another category of Egyptian religious literature. These were wisdom texts offering moral and practical guidance, often framed as advice from a father to his son or from an experienced official to the next generation. While not explicitly religious in the way hymns or funerary spells were, the instructions were deeply shaped by Mot-centered theology. They taught that success in life came from living according to truth and justice, from speaking carefully, from controlling your temper, from being generous to those in need. The instruction of Ptah-hotep, supposedly written by a vizier of the 5th dynasty, though probably composed later, advised, if you meet a disputant in action, a powerful man superior to you, fold your arms, bend your back. Don't be angry with him even when he speaks rudely. Be on your guard against him. Don't dispute with him. This wasn't cowardice, but practical wisdom about navigating power relationships, acknowledging that sometimes the moral high ground requires swallowing your pride. The instruction of Amenemope from the New Kingdom taught, do not move the markers on the borders of fields. Do not shift the position of the measuring cord. Do not be greedy for a cubit of land. Do not encroach on the boundaries of a widow. It emphasized honesty in land dealings, protection of the vulnerable, and the conviction that the gods watch and will punish those who cheat. These wisdom texts were studied in scribal schools where young men learned to read and write. Copying them served both as penmanship practice and as moral education. The texts shaped generations of Egyptian officials and administrators, instilling values that were understood as divinely ordained. Ma'at wasn't just an abstract theological concept. It was practical instruction for daily life, taught through literature that was simultaneously secular and sacred. The mythological narratives themselves were also written down, though perhaps less formally than we might expect. The contendings of Horus and Seth exist as a continuous narrative in one papyrus from the New Kingdom, but scholars believe the story was much older, passed down orally for centuries before being written. The tale is surprisingly humorous in places, with the gods behaving in undignified ways, arguing, playing tricks on each other, making mistakes. It's a reminder that Egyptian religion had room for humor and for acknowledging that even gods could be fallible. The destruction of mankind myth explains why humans and gods no longer live together. After Ra's near destruction of humanity through Sekhmet's rampage, the sun god decided to withdraw from direct contact with humans, ascending to the sky and allowing the next generation of gods to deal with human affairs more directly. It's a myth about divine remoteness, explaining why the gods seem distant, even though they're believed to be present and powerful. These narratives, hymns, wisdom texts, and funerary compositions together formed a vast religious literature that guided Egyptian life from birth through death and into the hoped-for eternity beyond. They show a civilization that took the power of words seriously, that believed written language could shape reality, that trusted that proper knowledge was essential for success both in this world and the next. While we often speak of Egyptian religion as if it were uniform across the entire country, the reality was far more diverse. Egypt stretched for hundreds of miles along the Nile, from the Mediterranean marshes of the Delta to the desert regions of Nubia in the south. Different cities and regions developed their own particular religious traditions, their own local gods, their own versions of myths, creating a rich variety that coexisted under the umbrella of shared national beliefs. Each nome, the administrative districts into which Egypt was divided, had its own patron deity and its own sacred animals, plants, and emblems. In one town, the crocodile might be sacred and worshipped as a manifestation of Sobek, while in a neighboring town, crocodiles might be killed as enemies of Horus. This could cause tension when residents of different regions met, but generally, the Egyptians accepted that different places had different traditions and that all could be valid simultaneously. The city of Hermopolis in Middle Egypt, which we've already discussed as the home of the Ogdoad creation myth and the worship of Thoth, was a major intellectual center. The priests there developed sophisticated theological ideas about the nature of creation, time, and cosmic order. Thoth's association with the moon made Hermopolis important for calendar calculations and astronomy. The sacred animals there were the ibis and the baboon, both associated with Thoth, and enormous numbers of mummified ibises have been found in the catacombs near the city. Memphis, near modern Cairo, was one of the most important cities throughout Egyptian history. As the capital during much of the Old Kingdom and a major city thereafter, Memphis was the cult center of Ptah, the creator god who made the world through thought and speech. the high priest of Ptah, bore the title Greatest of Craftsmen, reflecting Ptah's role as patron of artisans and builders. The Apis bull, worshipped at Memphis as a living manifestation of Ptah, was one of the most important sacred animals in Egypt. When an Apis bull died, it was mummified with elaborate ceremonies and buried in the Serapeum, a vast underground catacomb at Saqqara. Finding a new Apis bull was a major event. Priests would search throughout Egypt for a calf with specific markings: a white triangle on its forehead, a crescent moon on its side, a double hair on its tail. When such a calf was found, it was brought to Memphis with great fanfare and installed in special quarters where it lived in luxury, tended by priests, and visited by pilgrims seeking oracles and blessings. Elephantine, the island at Egypt's southern frontier near modern Aswan, was sacred to Khnum, the ram-headed god who was believed to control the Nile flood. According to myth, Khnum dwelt in a cavern beneath the island where the floodwaters originated. He was also the god who fashioned humans on a potter's wheel, forming each person's body, and Ka. The famine stela, a late-period inscription carved on Sahel Island near Elephantine, tells a story of Pharaoh Djoser consulting with his advisor Imhotep during a 7-year drought. They learned that Khnum was angry about neglect of his temple, so Djoser made generous endowments, after which the floods returned and famine ended. Abydos, which we've mentioned as the cult center of Osiris, was one of the holiest sites in all of Egypt, even before Osiris became associated with the place. Abydos was sacred as the burial ground of the earliest kings. The tomb of the first dynasty pharaoh Jer was eventually believed to be the actual tomb of Osiris, and it became a pilgrimage destination. Egyptians who couldn't be buried at Abydos would leave stelae there, hoping their name at the holy site would ensure the blessings of Osiris. The annual festival reenacting Osiris's death and resurrection drew crowds from across Egypt. Ambo in the south had an unusual double temple dedicated jointly to Sobek the crocodile god and Horus the elder. The temple architecture is perfectly symmetrical, with duplicate sanctuaries, halls, and courts, so that both gods could be worshipped equally without either taking precedence. Crocodiles were sacred at Ambo, kept in a pool attached to the temple and fed by priests. Pilgrims could bring mummified crocodiles as offerings, and hundreds of thousands of crocodile mummies have been found in the nearby catacombs. Crocodilopolis in the Fayum region was another major center of Sobek worship. The sacred crocodile kept there was named Petsuchos and was adorned with gold jewelry and gemstones. Greek and Roman tourists would visit to see the spectacular sacred crocodile, making Crocodilopolis an ancient tourist destination. Herodotus reported that the crocodile would allow priests to open its mouth and clean its teeth, showing how tame it had become through careful handling. The Delta region had its own distinctive religious traditions. Sais in the western Delta was the cult center of Neith, one of the oldest Egyptian goddesses, associated with weaving, war, and creation. During the late period, when the dynasty ruling Egypt came from Sais, Neith received special attention, and her theology was developed in sophisticated ways. She was described as the mother of Ra, the one who created the cosmos by speaking 7 words, the divine weaver who wove the world, on her loom. Bubastis, which we've mentioned as the home of Bastet the cat goddess, hosted one of Egypt's most popular festivals. The city of Pe, Buto, in the northern delta, was associated with the cobra goddess Wadjet, one of the two ladies who protected the pharaoh. Her image on the royal crown as the Uraeus serpent made her a symbol of royal power and legitimacy. Mendes in the Delta worshipped a sacred ram called the Ba of Osiris. The ram was believed to be a living manifestation of the god's vital force. Nearby Tanis became important during the Third Intermediate Period, as the northern capital and the royal tombs discovered there contained spectacular treasures rivaling Tutankhamun's, though less well known because they were found during World War II when the world's attention was elsewhere. In the eastern delta, particularly around Avaris, Set had major cult centers. After his association with the Hyksos invaders made him somewhat ambiguous, the Ramesside pharaohs of the 19th dynasty, who came from the eastern delta, rehabilitated Set and promoted his worship. Rameses II even named one of his sons Seti, man of Set, showing that the god could still be embraced by royal families despite his negative role in mythology. The Western Desert oases each had their own religious traditions, though connected to the main Egyptian religious system. The Siwa Oasis was famous for its oracle of Amun, consulted by Alexander the Great. The other major oases, Karga, Dakhla, Farafra, and Bahariya, all had temples to various gods, showing that even in these remote outposts far from the Nile, Egyptian religion maintained its presence. In Nubia to the south, Egyptian gods were worshipped alongside indigenous deities. The temple of Abu Simbel, carved by Ramesses II from a cliff face, showed the pharaoh alongside Ra-Harakti, Ptah, and Amun, the three great gods he particularly honored. During the New Kingdom, when Egypt controlled Nubia, temple construction there helped spread Egyptian religion, but it also absorbed Nubian elements, creating a unique regional variant. This regional and local diversity meant that Egyptian religion was never monolithic. While certain gods like Ra, Osiris, and Isis were known and worshipped everywhere, each region had its own particular flavor of belief, its own sacred sites, its own festivals and traditions. A person from Memphis would have different religious experiences than someone from Thebes, Elephantine, or Bubastis, yet they would all recognize each other as worshiping the same fundamental pantheon, following the same basic principles of Maat, preparing for the same afterlife. The priesthoods of these different cult centers sometimes competed for resources and prestige, but they also cooperated, recognizing that Egypt's prosperity depended on maintaining good relations with all the gods. Pharaohs would endow temples throughout Egypt, not just in their hometown or the current capital. This generosity ensured divine favor from all directions and helped maintain religious unity despite regional diversity. This geographical spread of religious sites also meant that pilgrimage was an important aspect of Egyptian religious life. People would travel to visit particularly holy sites, to seek oracles at famous temples, to participate in major festivals, or to leave offerings at the tombs of revered ancestors or at the shrines of particularly powerful gods. These journeys connected Egyptians to the larger religious landscape of their civilization, creating a shared national religious culture even as local traditions remained distinct. Beyond the rituals, myths, and temples, Egyptian religion offered psychological comfort and philosophical frameworks that helped people make sense of their lives. At its core, Egyptian religion addressed fundamental human needs: the need for meaning, for justice, for continuity, for hope in the face of death. The concept of Ma'at provided an ethical framework that went far beyond simple rules. Ma'at wasn't just about avoiding specific sins, but about living in harmony with the cosmic order, contributing to the universe's proper functioning. When you dealt honestly in the marketplace, you weren't just following social conventions, you were upholding the same principle that kept the sun rising and the Nile flooding. This gave even mundane acts cosmic significance. This ethical framework was internalized by Egyptians through the extensive wisdom literature we discussed earlier, through the judgment scene they expected to face after death, and through the constant religious messaging that permeated their culture. The weighing of the heart wasn't just a mythological idea, but a psychological reality. Egyptians knew their hearts were keeping score, that their ethical choices mattered, ultimately, that there would be an accounting. This created what we might call an internalized conscience, more sophisticated than simple fear of punishment. The negative confession listed very specific behaviors. I have not killed, I have not stolen, I have not told lies, I have not caused anyone to weep, I have not made anyone hungry, I have not polluted water, I have not mistreated animals. These weren't abstract principles, but concrete actions that affected real people and creatures. Ma'at was lived in relationships, in daily interactions, in how you treated others. The concept of the Ka, the life force or double that survived death, suggests a sophisticated understanding of personal identity. You weren't just a body animated by some vague soul. You were a complex being with multiple spiritual components, each requiring care and attention. This pluralistic view of the self acknowledged that human beings are complicated, that we have different aspects and different needs. The BA, depicted as a human-headed bird, represented something like personality or individuality, the thing that makes you uniquely you. It could move between the tomb and the world of the living, suggesting that death didn't completely sever your connection to the places and people you loved. This provided comfort to both the deceased and the bereaved. Your dead grandmother wasn't gone entirely. Her BA could visit, could witness family events, could remain part of the family's life. The Akhi, the transfigured spirit that successfully passed judgment, represented the idealized self, the person you were meant to become, freed from the limitations and flaws of earthly existence. Becoming an Ak was the goal of the afterlife journey, a transformation that required both moral worth and proper knowledge. It was, in a sense, a form of self-actualization, becoming your truest and best self. This psychological framework helped Egyptians deal with death and grief in structured ways. The elaborate mourning rituals, the mummification process, the funeral ceremonies, the ongoing offerings at tombs, all of these provided concrete actions for the bereaved to take. You weren't helpless in the face of death. There were things you could do to help your loved one's journey, to maintain connection with them, to ensure they would exist eternally. The dream that a son would make offerings at your tomb and speak your name wasn't just religious belief. It was a psychological truth about the importance of being remembered, of having your life acknowledged as meaningful, of not being forgotten. The Egyptians understood intuitively what modern psychology confirms, that meaning-making is essential to human well-being, that we need to feel our lives matter, that we want to leave something behind. The mythology itself served psychological functions. The stories of gods facing challenges, making mistakes, experiencing emotions like love and jealousy and grief, all of this made divine figures relatable. When you suffered loss, Isis had suffered loss. When you faced injustice, Horus had fought for justice. When you felt powerless, you could remember that even Osiris had been murdered but had ultimately prevailed. The myths provided narrative frameworks for understanding your own experiences. The seasonal festivals that marked the agricultural and celestial cycles helped people feel connected to natural rhythms larger than their individual lives. The annual reenactment of Osiris's death and resurrection during the flood season linked human experience to the fundamental patterns of nature. You weren't just an isolated individual struggling alone, but part of vast cycles that had continued since the beginning of time and would continue after you were gone. The concept of cyclical time rather than linear progress meant that novelty and change weren't necessarily valued as progress. Instead, there was security in repetition, in knowing that the patterns would continue, that what had worked for your ancestors would work for you. This could be comforting in a world where change was often dangerous, where famine or invasion could destroy everything you knew. Yet Egyptian religion also allowed for personal relationship with the divine. The prayers and hymns that survive show people speaking to gods with remarkable intimacy, asking for help with personal problems, thanking them for blessings, sometimes even chiding them for not responding quickly enough. One prayer says, "Amun, lend your ear to one who stands alone in the law court, who is poor, while his opponent is rich." The speaker asks Amun to take the side of the underdog, to ensure justice even when human courts might fail. This shows faith that the gods cared about individual humans, that they could be appealed to, that they would respond. The stela of Neferabu from Deir el Medina tells how he committed some offense and was struck blind by the goddess Meretzigger. He confessed his sin publicly, praised the goddess's mercy when she healed him, and erected a stela declaring her justice. This is a narrative of sin, punishment, repentance, and forgiveness that shows Egyptian religion could address guilt and redemption in personal terms, not just through impersonal ritual. The philosophical dimension of Egyptian religion also grappled with the problem of evil and suffering. If the world was created by good gods, if Ma'at should prevail, why did injustice and suffering exist? The Egyptians' answer involved Isfet, chaos, and disorder, as a force always pressing against creation. Evil wasn't created by the gods, but was the absence or opposite of their creative order. Maintaining Ma'at required constant effort, both divine and human. This meant that suffering wasn't necessarily punishment for sin, though it could be. Sometimes suffering resulted from Isfet breaking through, from chaos temporarily overwhelming order. The proper response was to fight against it, to reassert Ma'at through right action, to trust that ultimately order would prevail, even if the individual didn't live to see it. The tale of the eloquent peasant, a Middle Kingdom literary composition, addresses justice and its importance philosophically. A peasant is robbed by a corrupt official, but appeals repeatedly to the chief steward for justice, making increasingly eloquent speeches about the importance of Ma'at. The steward, impressed by the peasant's rhetoric, delays judgment to hear more speeches, creating an uncomfortable situation where the pursuit of eloquence seems to interfere with justice itself. Eventually, justice is done, but the tale raises questions about the relationship between fine words and effective action, between praising Maat and actually implementing it. These philosophical dimensions show that Egyptian religion wasn't primitive or simplistic. It engaged with difficult questions about meaning, ethics, suffering, death, and transcendence. It developed sophisticated answers that sustained a civilization for 3,000 years. While those answers were framed in mythological and ritual terms rather than in abstract philosophical language, they addressed the same fundamental questions that every religion and philosophy must face. Egyptian religion wasn't separate from economics and politics, but thoroughly intertwined with them. The temples were among the wealthiest institutions in Egypt, owning vast agricultural lands, employing thousands of workers, and controlling substantial resources. The priesthoods wielded significant political power, particularly the high priests of major temples like Amun at Karnak or Ptah at Memphis. The economic model worked like this. The king, as the supreme intermediary between gods and humans, would endow temples with land grants. These lands would be worked by tenant farmers and laborers, producing grain, beer, wine, livestock, and other goods. Part of this production would be used for temple offerings, part would support the priests and temple staff, and part would be redistributed to the wider community through festivals and other channels. The temples functioned somewhat like economic institutions, holding and redistributing wealth, employing skilled craftsmen in workshops, training scribes in schools attached to temple complexes, and providing social services. A temple might operate a bakery, a brewery, a textile workshop, a metalworking shop, and agricultural estates, making it a significant economic engine. The offering cult created a constant flow of goods into temples. Every day, multiple times per day, offerings of food and drink would be presented to the gods, but these offerings didn't disappear. After the gods had symbolically consumed their spiritual essence, the physical offerings would be redistributed to the priests according to a hierarchy of shares. The high priest might receive the prime cuts, with lesser priests receiving portions according to their rank. This meant that serving in the priesthood was economically attractive, providing steady income in the form of food and other goods. During major festivals, the redistribution expanded beyond the priesthood to include the wider population. The reversion of offerings, as this redistribution was called, meant that bread and meat blessed by the gods would be shared with the people. This created a sense that everyone benefited from the temple's wealth, that the religious system provided material as well as spiritual benefits. The construction and maintenance of temples required enormous resources. A major building project might take decades and employ thousands of workers, from quarrymen extracting stone in distant quarries, to boat crews transporting the blocks down the Nile, to specialized craftsmen carving reliefs and painting walls. These projects were acts of religious devotion, but also economic stimulus, providing employment and circulating wealth through the economy. The king's relationship with the temples was reciprocal. The pharaoh would endow temples generously, funding their rituals, building new structures, and granting them land and resources. In return, the temples and priesthoods would legitimize the king's rule through religious ritual and propaganda. temple reliefs showed the pharaoh offering to gods who blessed him in return, creating a visual narrative of divine approval. This mutual dependence sometimes created tension. If a king became too weak, powerful priesthoods might undermine royal authority. During the Third Intermediate Period, the high priests of Amun at Thebes effectively ruled southern Egypt as independent rulers, even though they acknowledged the nominal authority of kings in the north. The title of God's wife of Amun, given to royal women, was partly a strategy to keep the Theban priesthood tied to the royal family. Conversely, when kings became too powerful, they might try to curtail priestly independence. Akhenaten's religious revolution was probably as much about breaking the power of the Amun priesthood as it was about theological reform, by suppressing traditional religion and confiscating temple endowments. Akhenaten struck at the economic and political foundations of the old religious establishment. The oracle system had political implications, since gods could be consulted through oracles that would answer yes or no questions. This gave priesthoods potential influence over important decisions. An oracle might confirm or deny royal succession, might approve or disapprove military campaigns, might settle disputes that human courts couldn't resolve. The priests who carried the divine bark and interpreted its movements could, intentionally or not, insert religious authority into political matters. Some scholars suggest that oracle responses could be manipulated by priests to serve political ends, though this is debated. Whether the priests consciously manipulated oracles or genuinely believed they were channeling divine will, the practical effect was that religious authority could shape political outcomes. This made the priesthood a power center that kings had to work with, negotiate with, and sometimes struggle against. Taxation was closely tied to the religious calendar. The inundation season, when the Nile flooded and agricultural work was impossible, was when tax collection, military campaigns, and major construction projects typically occurred. The religious festivals that marked these seasonal transitions also marked shifts in economic activity. The calendar itself, maintained by priests through astronomical observations, was essential for economic planning. Land ownership was conceptually complicated by religious beliefs. Ultimately, all land was believed to belong to the gods, with the king serving as their earthly administrator. In practice, this meant the king could grant land to temples, to officials, and to private individuals, but these grants were always understood as coming from divine authority channeled through the throne. This religious framing of property rights helped stabilize land tenure while maintaining the fiction that the gods and king controlled everything. The funerary industry was economically significant. Embalmers, coffin makers, amulet manufacturers, tomb builders, artists, scribes producing Book of the Dead papyri. All of these professions existed because of religious beliefs about death and the afterlife. The enormous resources devoted to tomb preparation and funerary goods represented a major economic sector that employed thousands and consumed substantial wealth. This investment in death preparations could be criticized as economically wasteful, resources buried in the ground rather than used for the living. But from the Egyptian perspective, it was essential investment. Properly preparing for the afterlife ensured the deceased would continue to exist, would become an ancestor who could help the living, would maintain the family line into eternity. the costs were worth it for the benefits received. The political theology of kingship had profound implications. The pharaoh wasn't just a political ruler, but a divine being whose proper functioning was essential for cosmic order. If the king failed to perform rituals correctly, if he didn't uphold Ma'at, the consequences could be catastrophic. This gave religion enormous political weight. Questioning the king's religious legitimacy was questioning his right to rule. Royal propaganda consistently emphasized the king's perfect performance of religious duties. Inscriptions would list temples built, offerings increased, festivals celebrated, foreign lands conquered for the gods. Even when we know a king's reign was troubled, the official inscriptions would present an ideal picture of perfect devotion and divine favor. This wasn't just deceit, but a kind of performative truth-making, attempting to create the reality by asserting it. The economic and political dimensions of Egyptian religion show that it wasn't an abstract spiritual system disconnected from practical concerns. It was deeply embedded in how society organized itself, how wealth was generated and distributed, how power was legitimized and contested. Religion shaped economics and politics, while economic and political needs shaped how religion developed and functioned. They were inseparable aspects of a unified civilization. As we come to the end of tonight's exploration, I want to thank you for taking this journey with me through the mythology of ancient Egypt. We've traveled from the primordial waters of Nun to the Hall of Judgment, from the solar bark of Ra to the underworld realm of Osiris. We've met gods who could be wise or foolish, terrifying or comforting, distant or intimately present. We've seen how mythology shaped every aspect of Egyptian civilization, from kingship to daily household worship, from the treatment of the dead to understanding of the cosmos. These weren't just primitive stories told by people who didn't know any better. They were sophisticated theological and philosophical systems developed over centuries, debated by priests and scholars, adapted to changing circumstances, expressing profound insights about existence, morality, meaning, and the human condition. The ancient Egyptians looked at the same sky we see, wondered about the same mysteries we ponder, feared the same death we fear, and hoped for the same transcendence we hope for. Their answers were different from ours. They were answers nonetheless, and they sustained one of history's greatest civilizations for longer than any comparable culture has yet lasted. When the last ancient Egyptian temple fell silent, when the last priest who could read hieroglyphics died, something precious was lost. But not everything was lost. The monuments remained. The texts remained, waiting to be deciphered. The influence on later cultures persisted, sometimes visible, sometimes hidden, but always present. And now, thanks to, centuries of scholarly work and continuing archaeological discoveries, we can access these myths again, read them in the original language, understand them in their context, and appreciate them for the human achievements they represent. Whether you're using this as background sound to help you fall asleep, or you're lying awake pondering these ancient stories, or you're simply curious about one of history's most fascinating mythologies, I hope you found something valuable here tonight. Perhaps it's just interesting information, stories you hadn't heard before. Perhaps it's a new perspective on death and the afterlife. Perhaps it's appreciation for human creativity in the face of existential mystery. Perhaps it's simply the pleasure of contemplating a worldview so different from our own, yet still somehow recognizable, still addressing human concerns that transcend culture and era. The ancient Egyptians believed that to speak someone's name was to make them live again. That memory itself was a form of immortality. By learning about their gods and myths, by speaking the names of Ra and Osiris and Isis and Horus, by remembering their stories and understanding their beliefs, we are in a small way fulfilling their hope for eternal life. We are making them live again in our minds, acknowledging that they existed, that they mattered, that what they believed and created was worth preserving and transmitting across the centuries. As we've traveled through the vast landscape of Egyptian mythology tonight, exploring its gods and goddesses, its creation myths and funerary beliefs, its temples and rituals, its profound influence on one of history's greatest civilizations, we should also consider how this ancient religion continues to shape and influence our modern world in ways both obvious and subtle. The impact of Egyptian mythology on Western culture cannot be overstated. From the moment ancient Greece and Rome encountered Egypt, they were fascinated by this ancient civilization that seemed to stretch back to the very dawn of time. Greek historians like Herodotus traveled to Egypt and wrote detailed accounts of what they saw, preserving descriptions of religious practices that might otherwise have been lost. Greek philosophers absorbed Egyptian ideas about the soul and the afterlife, incorporating them into their own systems of thought. The mystery religions that became popular in the Greco-Roman world, particularly the cults of Isis and Serapis, spread Egyptian religious concepts throughout the Mediterranean. Isis temples could be found from Egypt to Britain, from Syria to Spain. The goddess who had searched for her murdered husband and used her magic to bring him back to life became a symbol of devotion, magical power, and the promise of salvation. Her mysteries offered initiates secret knowledge and the hope of blessed afterlife, adapting Egyptian beliefs to serve the spiritual needs of people far from the Nile. When Christianity emerged and began spreading through the Roman Empire, it encountered and was influenced by these Egyptian-derived mystery religions. Some scholars see parallels between Isis nursing the infant Horus and Mary nursing the infant Jesus, though the extent of influence is debated. The Egyptian concept of resurrection, so central to Osiris mythology, found new expression in Christian belief in Jesus' resurrection and the promise of eternal life for believers. The intensive Christian monasticism that developed in the Egyptian desert drew on Egypt's long tradition of asceticism and spiritual discipline. The Hermetic tradition, a philosophical and magical system that developed in Greco-Roman Egypt and attributed its wisdom to Hermes Trismegistus, a synthesis of Thoth and the Greek god Hermes, had enormous influence on Western esotericism. The Corpus Hermeticum, texts written in Greek but claiming ancient Egyptian origins, were rediscovered by Renaissance scholars and sparked intense interest. These texts, blending Egyptian mythology with Greek philosophy and Gnostic ideas, influenced alchemy, astrology, and magic throughout the medieval and early modern periods. Renaissance humanists and artists were fascinated by Egypt. Hieroglyphs, though they couldn't yet read them, were seen as repositories of ancient wisdom, symbols containing hidden knowledge. Egyptian motifs appeared in art and architecture. The obelisks that Roman emperors had brought to Rome as trophies became powerful symbols, and European cities began erecting their own obelisks as statements of cultural sophistication and power. The Enlightenment brought new interest in ancient Egypt as a source of rational wisdom and scientific knowledge. Freemasonry adopted Egyptian symbolism extensively, seeing the pyramids and temples as representing esoteric knowledge and spiritual advancement. The all-seeing eye, derived from the Eye of Horus, became a powerful Masonic symbol and eventually appeared on the United States dollar bill, representing divine providence watching over the nation. Napoleon's 1798 Egyptian expedition, though a military failure, was a cultural watershed. The scholars and artists he brought with him documented Egypt's monuments in unprecedented detail. The Description de l'Egypte, the massive publication resulting from this work, sparked Egyptomania in Europe. Egyptian style became fashionable in interior design, furniture, jewelry, and architecture. The exotic and mysterious East, particularly Egypt with its pyramids and sphinxes, captured European imagination. The discovery of the Rosetta Stone during the Napoleonic expedition and Champollion's decipherment of hieroglyphs in 1822 revolutionized understanding of ancient Egypt. For the first time since the ancient temples had closed, people could actually read what the Egyptians had written. The myths and religious beliefs that had been known only through Greek and Roman accounts could now be read in the original Egyptian, revealing a far more complex and sophisticated civilization than earlier scholars had imagined. The 19th century saw intense archaeological excavation in Egypt. European museums competed to acquire Egyptian artifacts, sometimes through legitimate archaeological work and sometimes through outright looting. The British Museum, the Louvre, the Egyptian Museum in Berlin, and museums across Europe and America built impressive Egyptian collections. While this raised ethical questions about cultural property that continue to be debated today, it also made Egyptian art and artifacts accessible to millions of people who would never visit Egypt, spreading knowledge of this ancient civilization worldwide. The discovery of Tutankhamun's tomb by Howard Carter in 1922 created a global sensation. Here was a relatively minor pharaoh's tomb, one of the few that hadn't been completely looted in ancient times, and it contained treasures that staggered the imagination. The golden death mask, the nested coffins, the furniture, jewelry, chariots, weapons, all preserved for over 3,000 years, provided an unprecedented glimpse into royal burial customs and ancient Egyptian craftsmanship. The media coverage was intense. Newspapers around the world followed the excavation. The artifacts that emerged from the tomb were photographed and reproduced endlessly. Egyptian style became fashionable again, influencing architecture, fashion, jewelry, and design throughout the 1920s and beyond. Art Deco absorbed Egyptian motifs, creating a distinctive aesthetic that blended ancient and modern. The supposed curse of the Pharaohs that allegedly killed members of the excavation team became a media sensation, despite having no basis in actual Egyptian religion. The ancient Egyptians didn't curse their tombs in the dramatic way popular imagination suggested, but the idea caught public fancy, spawning a whole genre of mummy horror in literature and film that continues to this day. From Victorian Gothic novels to Hollywood blockbusters, the mummy has become an icon, a monster that embodies both fascination and fear of the ancient past. Egyptian mythology has permeated popular culture in countless ways. The gods appear as characters in fantasy novels, comic books, and video games. Ra, Osiris, Isis, Anubis, Thoth, and others have been reimagined as superheroes, villains, aliens, and everything in between. The Stargate franchise built an entire mythology around the premise that the Egyptian gods were actually advanced aliens. The Kane Chronicles by Rick Riordan introduced young readers to Egyptian mythology through adventure stories featuring modern teenagers who discover their descendants of pharaohs and can channel the power of ancient gods. Television and film regularly feature ancient Egypt, from historical epics to supernatural thrillers. The aesthetic of pyramids, sphinxes, obelisks, and hieroglyphs has become visual shorthand for mystery, wisdom, and ancient power. Music videos, video games, theme parks all draw on Egyptian imagery to create atmosphere and convey specific meanings that audiences instantly recognize. The concept of the mummy's curse has become a cultural touchstone, appearing in countless stories despite having no authentic Egyptian basis. Real Egyptian funerary texts never threatened those who disturbed tombs with supernatural vengeance. They focused on ensuring the deceased's successful journey to the afterlife, not on punishing the living. But the fictional curse captured something psychologically powerful, the idea that there are sacred spaces that shouldn't be violated, that the past can reach forward to punish those who disrespect it, that ancient power can still threaten the modern world. Egyptian symbols have taken on meanings that would surprise the ancient Egyptians who created them. The Ankh, which simply meant life in ancient Egypt, has become a popular jewelry item and tattoo, often worn by people who know little about its original significance. The Eye of Horus, once a symbol of healing and protection, appears on clothing, album covers, and conspiracy theory websites. The scarab beetle, so sacred to the ancient Egyptians as a symbol of the sun god and transformation, has become a decorative motif divorced from its religious meaning. Some modern spiritual movements attempt to revive Egyptian religion as a living faith. Kemeticism, derived from Kemet, the ancient Egyptian name for Egypt, encompasses various groups and individuals who worship Egyptian gods, perform rituals based on ancient practice, celebrate Egyptian festivals, and try to live according to Mayat. Some approach this as reconstructed historical religion, trying to practice as the ancient Egyptians did. Others create more eclectic systems, blending Egyptian elements with other traditions or modern innovations. These practitioners face obvious challenges. Egyptian religion was deeply embedded in its cultural context, tied to the Nile flood, the solar cycle, the pharaonic state, all things that don't exist in the same way today. The language is dead, except as a scholarly pursuit. The priesthoods and their training systems are gone. Much religious knowledge was esoteric, taught only to initiates, and has been lost forever. What we know about Egyptian religion comes from archaeology and textual study, which can tell us about beliefs and practices, but can't fully convey the lived experience of actually believing these things and practicing this religion in its original context. Nevertheless, modern Kemetic practitioners find meaning and spiritual fulfillment in worshiping the Egyptian gods. They argue that if the divine is real, it doesn't cease to exist. Just because its worshippers die out, that gods like Isis and Thoth are still present and can still respond to prayers and offerings, that the wisdom of ancient Egypt can still guide modern lives. Whether this represents genuine religious continuity or modern invention is perhaps less important than the fact that Egyptian mythology continues to inspire devotion, continues to provide spiritual sustenance, continues to help people make meaning in their lives. Academic Egyptology has become a sophisticated scholarly discipline encompassing archaeology, linguistics, art history, anthropology, religious studies, and more. Universities around the world offer programs in Egyptology. Scholarly journals publish new research. International conferences bring together experts to share findings. The field has moved far beyond the treasure hunting and amateur enthusiasm of its early days to become rigorous, methodical scholarship that continues revealing new insights into ancient Egyptian civilization. Modern technology has revolutionized Egyptology. Ground-penetrating radar and satellite imagery can locate buried structures without excavation. CT scans can look inside mummies non-invasively, revealing details about mummification techniques, ancient diseases, and even facial reconstruction of what the person looked like in life. DNA analysis can confirm or correct dynastic lineages, showing how royal families were related. Chemical analysis can identify substances used in mummification, cosmetics, medicines, and offerings, revealing trade connections and technological knowledge. Digital databases make Egyptian texts searchable and comparable in ways that would have taken earlier scholars lifetimes to accomplish manually. High-resolution photography and 3D scanning preserve monuments and artifacts with unprecedented detail. Virtual reality can recreate ancient spaces, letting people experience what temples looked like in their glory, complete with bright paint that has long since faded. These technologies don't replace traditional scholarship, but enhance it, providing new tools for understanding the ancient past. Ethical issues around Egyptian artifacts and human remains have become increasingly important. Many museums housing major Egyptian collections are grappling with questions about cultural property, repatriation, and the ethics of displaying human remains. Should mummies be exhibited, or does that disrespect the dead who hoped for eternal rest? Should artifacts taken from Egypt during colonial periods be returned? How do we balance preservation and access against respect for cultural heritage and human dignity? Egypt itself has become more assertive about its ancient heritage. Laws restrict artifact export. The Egyptian government has requested return of items in foreign museums, sometimes successfully. The Grand Egyptian Museum near the pyramids at Giza, currently nearing completion, will house Egypt's pharaonic treasures, a statement that this heritage belongs to Egypt and should be displayed there. Tourism to ancient sites provides significant revenue but also raises conservation challenges as millions of visitors each year put wear and tear on fragile monuments. The environmental lessons embedded in Egyptian mythology have contemporary relevance. The Egyptians understood their civilization's complete dependence on natural cycles, particularly the Nile flood. They recognized that disrupting natural order could have catastrophic consequences. Their concept of Ma'at included ecological balance, the idea that humans must work with nature rather than against it, that everything is interconnected, that actions have consequences that ripple through the whole system. Today, as we face climate change, environmental degradation, and the consequences of treating nature as mere resource to be exploited, The Egyptian emphasis on cosmic balance and natural cycles seems prescient. They understood intuitively what ecology teaches scientifically, that everything is connected, that there are limits to what can be taken without consequence, that maintaining balance requires constant attention and effort. The Egyptian understanding of memory and identity also resonates today. They believed that to speak someone's name was to make them live again, that being remembered was a form of immortality, that preserving knowledge across generations was essential. In our digital age, when so much information is created but so little is preserved in durable form, when technologies change so rapidly that data from even a few decades ago can become inaccessible, the Egyptian emphasis on creating records meant to last forever seems wise. The pyramids and temples have endured because they were built in stone with the intention of lasting eternally. The texts carved into stone walls can still be read millennia later. But how much of our current civilization will be accessible to scholars 3,000 years from now? Digital files decay, formats become obsolete, storage media fails. We have vast amounts of information but little confidence in its long-term preservation. The Egyptians' determination to record what mattered in durable form, to create monuments that would outlast empires, offers lessons about the importance of thinking beyond the immediate present. Egyptian mythology's influence on Western magic and occultism continues today. Modern practitioners of ceremonial magic often invoke Egyptian gods, use hieroglyphic symbols, and incorporate concepts derived from Egyptian religion. The Golden Dawn, one of the most influential magical orders of the late 19th and early 20th centuries, drew heavily on Egyptian material. Aleister Crowley's Thelema system incorporates Egyptian deities prominently. New Age spirituality frequently references Egypt as a source of ancient wisdom. This occult and New Age engagement with Egyptian mythology is often creative and imaginative, but not always historically accurate. It tends to pick and choose elements that seem spiritually significant or magically useful while ignoring aspects that don't fit its preconceptions. Ancient Egypt becomes a kind of blank canvas onto which modern practitioners project their own ideas about spirituality, magic, and the ancient world. While this demonstrates Egyptian mythology's continuing power to inspire, it can also obscure actual historical reality in favor of fantasy. The architecture of power has consistently drawn on Egyptian forms. Obelisks stand in city squares from Rome to Washington, D.C., from Paris to London. Government buildings and monuments incorporate Egyptian-style columns, pylons, and decorative elements. The pyramid appears on currency, corporate logos, and conspiracy theories about hidden power structures. These uses tap into associations with Egypt as a source of ancient wisdom, stable government, and monumental ambition. Educational institutions have embraced Egyptian mythology as valuable cultural content. Children around the world learn about pyramids, mummies, and pharaohs in school. The King Tut exhibition has toured museums internationally, drawing millions of visitors and generating intense educational programming. Egyptian mythology provides many people with their first encounter with an ancient non-Western civilization, potentially opening minds to cultural diversity and the richness of human history. The questions Egyptian religion grappled with remain our questions. What happens after death? How should we live? What is justice? Why do bad things happen to good people? What gives life meaning? Why is there something rather than nothing? Every culture and era must address these fundamental questions. The Egyptian answers, shaped by their particular historical and geographical context, represent one sustained and sophisticated attempt to provide responses. We may not believe in Ra sailing across the sky, or Osiris judging the dead, or Isis's magic bringing the deceased back to life, but we can appreciate the psychological and spiritual needs these beliefs addressed, the comfort they provided, the meaning they created, the ethical framework they supplied. Religion, at its best, helps people make sense of existence, face mortality with courage, treat each other with justice and compassion, and feel connected to something larger than their individual lives. Egyptian religion did all of these things for millions of people across 3,000 years. The mythology's emphasis on balance and order resonates in our time of rapid change and uncertainty. The concept of Ma'at, that there is a proper order to things, that balance must be maintained, that extremes are dangerous, that justice and truth are cosmic principles rather than mere human inventions, offers an alternative to moral relativism on one hand and rigid dogmatism on the other. Mate suggests that while specific rules may vary across cultures, underlying principles of fairness, honesty, and balance are universal and essential. The Egyptian approach to death and the afterlife, while we may not share their specific beliefs, addresses universal human concerns in ways that deserve respect. They refuse to accept death as final annihilation. They created elaborate systems to preserve identity, consciousness, and relationships beyond physical death. They provided detailed maps of the afterlife journey so the dead wouldn't be lost. They gave the bereaved concrete actions to take to help their loved ones. This comprehensive response to mortality's challenge, whatever we think of its metaphysical claims, served profound psychological and social needs. As we bring our exploration of Egyptian mythology toward its close, it's worth reflecting on what we can learn from this ancient religion beyond mere historical interest. We can learn about the human capacity for creating meaning in the face of mystery and mortality. We can appreciate the sophistication possible in religious systems that seem, from a distance, merely primitive or superstitious. We can recognize our shared humanity with people who lived thousands of years ago, who faced the same fundamental questions we face, who hoped and feared and wondered much as we do. We can also gain perspective on our own beliefs and practices. Every culture, including our own, has its myths and rituals, its sacred symbols and authoritative texts, its explanations for how the world works and what we should do. Looking at Egyptian religion from outside, we can more easily see how religion functions, how it shapes perception and behavior, how it creates community and meaning. This understanding might help us approach our own religious traditions and those of others with more sophistication and less dogmatism. The Egyptians teach us that religious truth is often expressed through story and symbol rather than through propositions and arguments. The myths of Osiris, Isis, and Horus don't make logical arguments for why justice should prevail or love should conquer death. They simply tell stories that embody these principles, making them real and vivid through narrative. The power of myth lies not in its literal truth, but in its ability to convey meaning, shape values, and provide frameworks for understanding experience. They also teach us about the importance of ritual and embodied practice. Egyptian religion wasn't just beliefs held in the mind, it was actions performed with the body, sensory experiences that engaged sight and sound and smell and touch, communal celebrations that brought people together, daily disciplines that structured time and created meaning. Modern Western culture tends to privilege intellectual belief over embodied practice. But Egyptian religion reminds us that what we do with our bodies and in community often shapes us more deeply than what we merely think. The Egyptians understood something we're rediscovering, that we are not just rational minds but embodied beings, that we need beauty and mystery and ritual, that stories shape us more profoundly than arguments, that the aesthetic and emotional dimensions of life are as important as the intellectual. Their temples were designed to inspire awe. Their rituals engaged all the senses. Their myths captured imagination. They knew that human beings need more than rational explanations. We need experiences that move us, narratives that give shape to our lives, practices that connect us to something larger than ourselves. As our world becomes increasingly secular and rationalistic, as traditional religious institutions decline in many societies, people seek meaning and transcendence elsewhere, in nature, in art, in social movements, in wellness practices, even in consumer experiences marketed as transformative. These often fulfill some of the same functions Egyptian religion served, providing community, meaning, purpose, connection to something larger than the individual self. The form has changed, but the need remains. Egyptian mythology endures, ultimately, because it addresses these permanent human needs with creativity, beauty, and sophistication. It may no longer be practiced as living religion by millions, but it continues to inspire, to teach, to remind us of what it means to be human. The gods may no longer receive offerings in great temples, but they live on in our imagination, our art, our literature, our dreams. The civilization that created them has passed away, but the questions they asked and the answers they provided remain relevant, remain worthy of our attention, remain capable of speaking to us across the vast gulf of time that separates their world from ours. If you enjoyed this exploration of Egyptian mythology, please consider liking this video and subscribing to the channel. Daily life under the gaze of the gods. To truly understand Egyptian mythology, we must see how it shaped the daily lives of ordinary people, not just the grand rituals of temples and the elaborate preparations for royal burials. Religion wasn't something Egyptians did only on special occasions. It permeated every aspect of existence, from waking in the morning to going to sleep at night, from birth through death and into the hoped-for eternity beyond. An Egyptian's day began with the sunrise, that daily miracle that proved Ra had once again defeated Apophis and emerged victorious from the underworld. Many people would greet the dawn with a brief prayer, thanking the sun god for returning, asking for his blessing on the day ahead. The very act of waking was understood as a kind of resurrection, a daily rebirth paralleling the sun's own rebirth each morning. Before eating the first meal of the day, offerings would be made to household deities. A small portion of bread, a bit of beer, perhaps some fruit, would be placed before a niche shrine or a simple statue. The gods had to be fed just as humans did. These weren't elaborate rituals requiring priestly knowledge, just simple acts of devotion that acknowledged divine presence and requested divine favor. After the gods had symbolically consumed the spiritual essence of the offerings, the family would eat the physical food themselves, blessed by having been presented to the divine. Personal hygiene was both practical and religious. Cleanliness was associated with purity, with being acceptable to the gods. Priests in major temples had to shave their entire bodies and bathe multiple times a day before performing rituals. Ordinary people weren't expected to maintain such extreme purity, but regular washing, clean clothes, and grooming were seen as religious as well as social obligations. The gods deserved to interact with humans who had made themselves clean and presentable. Amulets were worn throughout the day for protection. A laborer going to work in the fields might wear a scarab to ensure his transformation and renewal, protection from harm, and blessing in his labors. A mother might wear Taweret to protect her pregnancy or to watch over her children. A scribe might have a small Thoth figure on a cord around his neck, asking the god of wisdom to guide his work. These weren't mere superstition, but were understood as genuine spiritual technology, ways of accessing divine power for protection and blessing. Magic and religion blended seamlessly in daily life. If a child was sick, a mother might recite a spell while preparing herbal medicine, combining practical treatment with spiritual intervention. If a scorpion entered the house, someone might recite a spell identifying themselves with Isis when she protected the young Horus from scorpions, making the house holy ground where no venom could have power. Magic wasn't opposed to practical action, but complemented it, addressing spiritual causes while practical efforts addressed physical ones. Dreams were taken seriously as potential communications from the divine. Dream interpretation manuals have survived that list, various dreams and their meanings. A dream of seeing your face in a mirror was good, meaning you would have another life, implying continuation after death. A dream of plunging into the Nile was good, meaning purification from problems. A dream of your teeth falling out was bad, meaning relatives would die. Dreams of gods appearing were particularly significant, seen as genuine, divine visitations, requiring appropriate response. Work itself had religious dimensions. Farmers planting and harvesting were participating in the cycle of death and rebirth that Osiris embodied. The flooding of the Nile, which deposited the rich black silt that made Egypt's agriculture so productive, was understood as the tears of Isis mourning Osiris, or as Osiris's own body nourishing the land. Every harvest was Osiris being cut down, and every spring planting was his resurrection. Craftsmen saw their work as divinely guided. Potters shaped clay as Khnum, the ram-headed god, shaped humans on his potter's wheel. Weavers worked under the patronage of Neith, the goddess who wove the world on her loom. Metalworkers honored Ptah, the craftsman god who created through thought and speech. Every craft had its patron deity, and practicing the craft well was a form of worship, a way of honoring the god who had taught humans this skill. Scribes, being literate in a society where most people couldn't read or write, held special status. Writing was a gift from Thoth, and every scribe was in some sense Thoth's servant, carrying forward the divine gift of recording knowledge. Students learning to write would copy out prayers to Thoth, asking for his help in mastering the complex hieroglyphic system. Senior scribes might make offerings to Thoth on important occasions, acknowledging their debt to the god who made their profession possible. Trade and commerce involved divine oversight. Merchants might pray to gods of trade routes and travel. Legal contracts often invoked gods as witnesses, trusting that divine beings would see and punish any breach of agreement. The concept of Mat meant that fair dealing wasn't just socially required but cosmically mandated. To cheat in business was to add to Eisfet, to chaos, to the forces that threatened cosmic order. Marriage and family life were understood in religious terms. A couple getting married might seek blessings at a shrine, asking Hathor for love and joy in their union, asking Bes for protection of their household, asking the gods for children. The family itself was seen as a sacred institution, a way of connecting past, present, and future generations. Honoring your parents was a religious obligation as well as a social one. Your ancestors, after all, were still present spiritually, still concerned about family welfare, still capable of helping or harming the living. Pregnancy and childbirth brought intense religious attention. The mortality rate for both mothers and infants was high by modern standards, making divine protection desperately needed. As we've discussed, Taweret, the hippopotamus goddess, and Bes, the dwarf god, were especially important during this vulnerable time. Women would wear amulets, recite spells, and have magic wands touched to their bodies, drawing protective circles around themselves and their unborn children. The birthing room itself was transformed into sacred space through ritual, made holy so the demons and evil spirits couldn't enter. Naming a child was religiously significant because the name was one of the components of the soul. The name needed to connect the child to the divine, often incorporating a god's name. Examples include Amenhotep, meaning Amun is satisfied, Thutmose, meaning born of Thoth, or Rameses, meaning Ra has fashioned him. The name declared which god had a special relationship with this person, which deity would watch over them throughout life. Coming-of-age rituals, though not as elaborate as in some cultures, marked a child's transition to adult responsibilities. For boys, this might involve beginning apprenticeship in a trade or, for wealthy families, starting scribal training. For girls, it meant preparation for marriage and household management. These transitions were blessed by the gods, acknowledged as important moments in the life cycle. Illness was understood as having both natural and supernatural dimensions. A physician would treat the physical symptoms with herbs, diet, and sometimes surgery, while also addressing spiritual causes. Sekhmet was seen as both sender and curer of plague. Prayers and offerings to her could stop an epidemic or heal a fever. The medical papyri that survive show this integration beautifully, with recipes for medicines followed immediately by spells to be recited while applying them, recognizing that healing required both practical and spiritual intervention. Festivals provided breaks in the routine of work and gave opportunities for more elaborate religious participation. Major festivals like Opet at Thebes or the Osiris mysteries at Abydos drew huge crowds and lasted for days, but there were also smaller local festivals celebrating regional gods, seasonal transitions, and important events in the agricultural calendar. These festivals were joyous occasions with music, dancing, abundant food and drink, and the feeling of communal celebration. The gods, carried in their barks through the streets, were present among the people, accessible and generous with blessings. Oracle consultations during these festivals gave ordinary people a way to receive divine guidance. If you were deciding whether to make a major purchase, start a business venture, accept a marriage proposal, you could ask the oracle of Amun or another god. The god, through the movement of the sacred bark carried by priests, would indicate yes or no. This wasn't understood as manipulation by priests, but as genuine divine communication, as real and reliable as the advice of a wise counselor. Death in the family brought intense religious activity. We've discussed the elite's elaborate mummification and tomb preparation, but even poor people tried to preserve their dead and provide for their afterlife. A family of modest means might not be able to afford full mummification, but would still do what they could. Wrap the body carefully, include some amulets, bury the deceased with a few possessions, perhaps commission a simple stela with the person's name carved on it so they would be remembered. The funeral procession to the tomb was accompanied by mourners, usually women who wailed and threw dust on their heads, reenacting Isis and Nephthys mourning Osiris. This ritual grief helped the bereaved express their emotion, while also fulfilling religious obligation. The public display of mourning honored the deceased and acknowledged that death was significant, not to be glossed over or minimized. After the burial, the family had ongoing obligations to the dead. Regular visits to the tomb with offerings of food and drink kept the ka nourished. Speaking the deceased's name aloud kept the wren alive. These weren't seen as empty rituals, but as genuine care for a person who still existed, who still had needs, who was still part of the family, even though they now dwelt in the realm of the dead. Some families wrote letters to their deceased relatives, asking for help with problems or complaining about difficulties, treating the dead as still accessible ancestors who could intercede with the gods or influence events in the land of the living. Household shrines were focal points for daily devotion. A niche in the wall might hold small statues or painted images of protective deities. A simple altar could hold offerings. Some houses had more elaborate shrines with multiple gods represented. These weren't showy displays, but intimate spaces where a family connected with the divine in the privacy of their home, without need for priests or elaborate ritual, just simple offerings and prayers from the heart. The placement of these shrines was often significant, near the entrance to protect everyone who entered, in the bedroom to watch over, sleep, and protect against nightmares, in the kitchen to bless the food. The gods were integrated into the architecture of daily life, present in the spaces where people actually lived rather than distant in grand temples. Evening brought its own rituals and concerns. As the sun set and darkness approached, people became more vulnerable. Demons and evil spirits were thought to be more active at night. Protective spells might be recited before sleep. Lamps were kept burning as much for spiritual protection as for physical light. The light pushed back darkness both literally and metaphorically, keeping chaos at bay. Sleep itself was understood as a little death, a temporary departure from the waking world. Dreams, as we've mentioned, were seen as potentially significant communications from the divine or the dead. Nightmares were demonic attacks requiring magical protection. The hope each night was to sleep peacefully and wake to see the sunrise, to be reborn into a new day as Ra was reborn each dawn. This constant awareness of divine presence, this integration of religion into every aspect of existence, created a worldview profoundly different from modern secular society, where many people compartmentalize religion as something done primarily in designated sacred spaces at designated times. For the ancient Egyptians, there was no separation between sacred and secular. Everything was potentially sacred. Every action could have religious significance. The gods were as present in the fields and workshops as in the temples, as concerned with daily struggles as with cosmic order. This integration provided several psychological and social benefits. It meant that no aspect of life was meaningless or purely material. Your work wasn't just labor for survival, but participation in divine patterns. Your family wasn't just a social unit, but a sacred institution connecting generations. Your struggles weren't just bad luck, but challenges that could be faced with divine help. This gave life coherence and meaning at every level. It also provided a sense of agency in situations where practical options were limited. If your child was sick and you lacked access to effective medicine, you could still pray, make offerings, recite spells, do something rather than nothing. If you faced injustice from powerful people, you could appeal to Mot, trusting that cosmic justice would eventually prevail even if human justice failed. If you feared death, you could prepare for the afterlife, take concrete steps to ensure your continuity, transform terror into hope. The downside, of course, was that this system could be exploited. Priests could use their religious authority to extract resources from people who feared divine displeasure. Powerful people could use religious language to justify their power and suppress dissent. The emphasis on ritual correctness could become oppressive, with people living in fear of making mistakes that would anger the gods. Any religious system powerful enough to shape behavior is also powerful enough to be abused. But for most Egyptians, most of the time, the integration of religion into daily life seems to have been experienced positively as providing meaning, community, hope, and practical assistance with life's challenges. The system worked in the sense that it helped people cope with their world, face their mortality, raise their families, do their work, and maintain social order. It endured for 3,000 years, not through coercion alone, but because it served real human needs effectively. The seasonal cycle connected religion to natural rhythms in ways that reinforced this integration. The inundation season, when the Nile flooded and agricultural work was impossible, was understood as the primordial waters of Nun returning, as Osiris dying, and his body nourishing the land. This was the time when taxes were collected, when labor was owed to the state for building projects, when the king and nobility engaged in hunting and warfare. Religious festivals during this season celebrated the gods of inundation and fertility. The emergent season, when the floodwaters receded and planting could begin, was Osiris rising, the land being reborn, life returning from death. Planting festivals asked for blessing on the crops. Farmers performed simple rituals as they worked, acknowledging that they were participating in sacred patterns. Every seed planted was a prayer for resurrection, for life emerging from apparent death. The harvest season, when the grain ripened and was cut, was Osiris being cut down, but also fulfilling his purpose, providing sustenance for the living. Harvest festivals thanked the gods for their generosity, while also acknowledging the cycle would continue, that what was cut down would be planted again. The death and rebirth were eternal patterns. The grain stored in granaries was life preserved against the coming flood season, when nothing could grow. This agricultural calendar, tied so closely to religious understanding, meant that the passage of time itself was sacred. The year wasn't just a measure of duration, but a religious cycle, a reenactment of mythological patterns, a journey through death and rebirth that connected each person to eternal truths. Living through the seasons meant living through the myths, experiencing them not as distant stories but as present realities. The position of the sun and stars had religious significance as well. Certain stars were identified with gods or with the souls of the deceased. The heliacal rising of Sirius, when the star first became visible just before dawn after a period of invisibility, coincided with the Nile's flooding and marked the beginning of the Egyptian New Year. This wasn't coincidence, but divine order. The stars and the river working together in patterns established at creation. Eclipses and other unusual celestial events caused anxiety because they suggested disorder, chaos, threatening to break through. Solar eclipses were particularly alarming since they seemed to show Apophis successfully swallowing the sun. Rituals would be performed to help Ra overcome the serpent and restore the light. When the sun reappeared, it proved that order had been maintained, that the gods were still in control, that chaos had been defeated once again. This close attention to natural cycles, this integration of human life with environmental patterns, gave Egyptians a sense of participating in something larger than themselves. You weren't just an isolated individual struggling through a meaningless existence. You were part of cosmic patterns that stretched from the beginning of time to eternity. Part of the ongoing work of maintaining Ma'at against Isfet, part of the eternal cycle of death and rebirth that governed all existence. For modern people who often feel disconnected from nature, who live by artificial schedules rather than natural rhythms, who can illuminate night as bright as day and control temperature regardless of season, this integration of human life with natural patterns might seem foreign or primitive, but it also suggests something we may have lost, a sense of connection and participation, a feeling of belonging to something larger than ourselves, an understanding that we're not separate from nature but part of it. Egyptian mythology, lived out in daily practice, wasn't an escape from reality or a denial of harsh facts. It was a way of framing reality, of finding meaning in it, of responding to it with courage and hope rather than with despair. The Egyptians knew life was hard. They faced drought and famine, disease and death, injustice and suffering. But they responded by creating a comprehensive religious system that addressed these challenges, that provided explanations and responses, that transformed fear into hope and chaos into order. As we've explored tonight, this system was sophisticated, beautiful, and remarkably enduring. It shaped one of history's greatest civilizations, influenced cultures throughout the ancient world, and continues to fascinate and inspire us today. By understanding how ordinary Egyptians lived their religion day by day, how it shaped their perceptions and actions, how it provided meaning and purpose and hope, we gain deeper appreciation for what this mythology accomplished and why it matters still. There are many more mythologies to explore, many more stories to tell, many more ancient worldviews to contemplate. Each culture that has existed has had its own ways of understanding the cosmos, its own gods and spirits and heroes, its own answers to the eternal questions. and each deserves to be remembered, to be understood, to be appreciated for what it tells us about human creativity and the endless human search for meaning. As we prepare to close this journey through Egyptian mythology, it's worth reflecting on why these ancient stories still matter, why a religion that ceased being actively practiced over 1,500 years ago continues to captivate our imagination and speak to something deep within us. The answer lies partly in the questions the Egyptians asked, questions that remain as urgent and mysterious today as they were 5,000 years ago along the banks of the Nile. Why do we exist? The Egyptians answered with creation myths that showed the world emerging from primordial waters, order being carved out of chaos through divine will and wisdom. Whether it was Adam willing himself into existence and bringing forth the first gods, or Ta conceiving creation in his heart and speaking it into being, or the Ogdoad of primordial forces giving birth to the sun, these myths all affirmed that existence is not random or meaningless, but intentional, purposeful, designed. This stands in stark contrast to the existential anxiety that haunts much of modern thought, the fear that we're cosmic accidents, that consciousness emerged by chance in an indifferent universe, that there's no inherent meaning or purpose. The Egyptians never doubted that existence had purpose. The challenge wasn't finding meaning, but understanding and fulfilling the meaning that already existed, living according to Ma'at, participating in the divine order that sustained all things. What happens when we die? The Egyptians answered with the most elaborate afterlife beliefs any civilization has created, a comprehensive system that acknowledged death's reality while insisting it wasn't final. The careful preservation of the body through mummification, the detailed guidebooks like the Book of the Dead, the judgment scene where moral behavior mattered ultimately, the field of reeds where the justified dead would live forever in a perfected world. All of this addressed humanity's deepest fear with confidence and hope. Modern materialist philosophies insist that consciousness ends at death, that we simply cease to exist. Religious traditions offer various afterlives, but often with less concrete detail than the Egyptians provided. The Egyptian vision, with its specific geography, its named dangers and helpers, its moral accounting and resurrection hope, gave people something tangible to prepare for, a clear path forward rather than vague promises or terrifying uncertainty. Why does evil exist? Why do bad things happen to good people? The Egyptians answered with the concept of Isfet, chaos and disorder that constantly threatened to overwhelm creation. Evil wasn't created by the gods, but emerged from the absence of their order, from the failure to maintain Ma'at. Set represented necessary but dangerous forces that had to be controlled. Apophis embodied pure chaos that had to be defeated daily. Evil was real, powerful, and persistent, but not ultimate. Order would prevail if everyone did their part to maintain it. This answer acknowledged suffering's reality while providing a framework for responding to it. When disaster struck, it wasn't necessarily punishment for sin, though it could be. It might simply be Isfet breaking through, chaos temporarily overwhelming order. The proper response was to reassert Ma'at, to fight back against disorder through right action, ritual, and appeal to the gods who were themselves engaged in this eternal struggle. How should we live? The Egyptians answered with Ma'at, that fundamental principle of truth, justice, balance, and right order. Living according to Maat meant speaking honestly, dealing fairly, treating others with kindness, fulfilling your obligations, maintaining proper relationships, acting justly, keeping balance. It was both a cosmic principle and a practical ethic, connecting personal behavior to universal order in ways that made every choice significant. The negative confession that the deceased had to recite in the Hall of Judgment, declaring that they hadn't killed, stolen, lied, caused suffering, polluted water, or committed dozens of other specific wrongs, provided a moral code as sophisticated as any ethical system. These weren't arbitrary rules, but behaviors that either upheld or violated Ma'at, either contributed to order or added to chaos. The system acknowledged both outward behavior and inner intent, both what you did and why you did it. What gives life meaning? The Egyptians answered that meaning came from multiple sources: participating in divine order, fulfilling your role in society, caring for family across generations, preparing for eternal life, making offerings to the gods, speaking truth, pursuing justice. Life had cosmic significance. What you did mattered not just socially, but universally. Every choice either upheld or threatened the fundamental order of existence. This stands in interesting contrast to modern searches for meaning through individual self-actualization, personal happiness, professional success, or political engagement. The Egyptian answer was more integrated and comprehensive, finding meaning in the whole web of relationships and responsibilities that connected you to gods, ancestors, community, cosmos, and eternity. You weren't a solitary individual creating meaning from nothing, but a participant in patterns larger and more enduring than any individual life. Why does the sun rise? Why do the seasons change? Why does the Nile flood? The Egyptians answered these questions about natural phenomena with myths that personalized and sacralized nature. Ra sailed across the sky in his bark, battling Apophis each night to ensure dawn would come. Osiris died and was reborn as the agricultural cycle. The Nile flood was divine blessing, the tears of Isis, or the generosity of Khnum, or the return of the primordial waters. Nature wasn't impersonal mechanism, but divine activity, worthy of reverence and participation. We now have scientific answers to these questions. We understand orbital mechanics, climate patterns, watershed hydrology, but scientific explanations, while accurate, are cold. They tell us how things work, but not what they mean. The Egyptian myths, while scientifically inaccurate, provided meaning, connected human experience to cosmic patterns, made people feel part of something larger than themselves. Both kinds of answers serve human needs, just different ones. Is there justice in the universe? The Egyptians emphatically answered yes. Maat was woven into the fabric of reality itself. The heart that had lived justly would pass the test in the Hall of Judgment. The wicked would be destroyed. By Ammit, Osiris, who had been murdered unjustly, became Lord of the Afterlife and Judge of the dead, ensuring that justice would ultimately prevail. The scales would balance, the feather would judge truly, and righteousness would be rewarded even if human courts failed. This confidence in cosmic justice, in a moral structure built into existence itself, provided profound comfort and motivation. When you faced injustice in life, when powerful people oppressed you, when wrongs went unpunished, you could trust that the scales would eventually balance, that the heart would be weighed, that Mot would prevail even if you didn't live to see it. This made enduring injustice more bearable and encouraged moral behavior even when immediate consequences didn't enforce it. Can love conquer death? The Egyptians answered yes, pointing to Isis's devotion to Osiris. Her love drove her to search the length of Egypt for his body. Her love gave her the magical power to resurrect him temporarily. Her love conceived Horus, who would avenge his father and reclaim the throne. Her love made her the greatest of magicians, the most powerful of goddesses, the one who could defeat death itself through determination and devotion. This story has resonated across cultures and millennia because it speaks to something universal in human experience. We've all loved someone, and most of us have faced or will face the death of people we love. The Isis and Osiris myth says that love doesn't end at death, that devotion can transcend mortality, that what seems permanently lost can be found again, that death itself can be defeated through love powerful enough and knowledge deep enough. It's a mythology of hope in the face of the most final and terrifying of all human experiences. These eternal questions and the Egyptian answers to them show why this ancient religion continues to fascinate us. We're asking the same questions, wrestling with the same mysteries, hoping for similar reassurances. The Egyptian solutions, shaped by their particular history and geography and culture, are not our solutions, but they remind us that these questions have always haunted humanity, that others before us have grappled with them seriously and created sophisticated responses. That meaning can be made even in the face of mortality and mystery. The Egyptian emphasis on memory and preservation also speaks to contemporary concerns. They believed that to speak someone's name was to keep them alive, that being forgotten was the true death. In our digital age, when so much information is created but so little is permanently preserved, when we're simultaneously creating endless records and watching them disappear into obsolescence, the Egyptian insistence on building monuments meant to last forever, on recording essential knowledge in durable form, on making memory itself a religious obligation, seems prescient. We have vast databases and archives, but how much will survive technological change, format obsolescence, media decay? The Egyptians carved their most important texts in stone, ensured their names would endure, built structures that have outlasted empires. They understood that memory is not automatic, that preservation requires intention and effort, that what matters must be protected against time's erosion. This is a lesson worth remembering. The aesthetic dimension of Egyptian religion also continues to influence us. The stark beauty of hieroglyphic writing, simultaneously functional communication, and visual art. The elegant lines of temples and tombs designed to inspire awe while serving practical purposes. The vivid colors of tomb paintings that have survived 3,000 years. The delicate craftsmanship of jewelry and amulets, combining beauty with religious function. All of this reminds us that religion at its best engages not just the mind but the senses, the emotions, the aesthetic appreciation that makes us human. Our modern world tends to separate the practical from the beautiful, the functional from the artistic, the sacred from the aesthetic. Egyptian religion integrated all of these, creating objects that were simultaneously useful tools and works of art, structures that were both architecturally necessary and spiritually significant, texts that were both informational and beautiful. Perhaps we've lost something in our compartmentalization, and our tendency to separate what they held together. The communal dimension of Egyptian religion also deserves reflection. While we focused on beliefs and rituals, myths and theology, the religion's social function was equally important. Festivals brought communities together. Temple construction provided employment. The priesthood offered career paths. Religious obligations created social cohesion. Shared beliefs gave people common ground. The religious calendar structured time for an entire society. In our increasingly atomized modern world, where traditional community ties have weakened, where people often feel isolated despite technological connection, the Egyptian example of religion as community creator, as social adhesive, as shared framework for life, seems valuable. We need communities, we need shared meanings, we need frameworks that connect us to something larger than ourselves. Egyptian religion provided all of this, and its longevity partly resulted from serving these social needs so effectively. The Egyptian acceptance of mystery and paradox also offers lessons. They were comfortable with multiple creation stories that contradicted each other. They accepted the truth could have many faces, that different perspectives could all be valid, that the divine was too complex for any single narrative to capture completely. This theological sophistication, this comfort with an ambiguity and multiplicity, seems healthier than rigid insistence on single correct answers that must be defended against all alternatives. In our polarized world, where different groups insist their truth is the only truth, where theological and ideological differences lead to conflict, the Egyptian model of pluralistic truth, of many stories coexisting without requiring that others be wrong, offers an alternative. They managed to maintain religious unity across a vast country for 3,000 years, despite regional variations and theological developments. Perhaps their flexibility and tolerance for diversity contributed to this remarkable stability. The Egyptian understanding that humans need ritual and embodied practice, not just intellectual belief, also resonates today. They knew that what we do with our bodies, how we engage our senses, the rhythms we establish through repeated practice, all of this shapes us more deeply than what we merely think. Modern neuroscience confirms that embodied practice creates neural pathways, that ritual repetition establishes patterns, that what we do physically affects us psychologically and spiritually. Many modern people, having left traditional religious communities that provided ritual structure, find themselves hungry for practices that engage body and emotions, not just intellect. This might partly explain the popularity of yoga, meditation, mindfulness practices, even fitness cultures that function somewhat religiously. People need embodied practices that create rhythm, meaning, and connection. Egyptian religion understood this instinctively and provided rich ritual life that engaged the whole person. The psychological sophistication of Egyptian religion, particularly its afterlife beliefs, also deserves appreciation. The concept of multiple soul components acknowledged that human identity is complex. The Ba could travel while the Ka stayed with the body, allowing for multiple modes of post-mortem existence. The emphasis on the heart as the seat of thought and moral character, while anatomically incorrect, recognized something psychologically true, that our deepest self, the thing that will ultimately be judged, is not surface behavior, but inner character, the heart from which actions flow. The judgment scene where the heart is weighed combines moral seriousness with compassion. Yes, you'll be held accountable. Yes, your actions matter. Yes, there are consequences. But there are also protective spells, helpful gods, the possibility of speaking truth and being justified. It's a balance between moral rigor and merciful hope, between acknowledging human weakness and maintaining high standards. As we've journeyed through this mythology tonight, from creation through death and into the afterlife, from cosmic dramas to household devotions, from royal temples to village shrines, we've seen a comprehensive religious system that addressed every aspect of human existence with sophistication, beauty, and practical wisdom. The Egyptians created something remarkable, a way of being in the world that gave meaning to life, dignity to death, hope for eternity, and confidence in cosmic justice. Their gods were not distant abstractions, but immediate presences, accessible and responsive. Their myths were not mere entertainment, but maps for understanding existence. Their rituals were not empty forms, but effective practices that maintained both cosmic order and social cohesion. Their art and architecture were not mere decoration, but sacred technology designed to connect earth and heaven, human and divine, time and eternity. We can learn from them not by trying to believe exactly what they believed or practice exactly what they practiced, but by appreciating what they achieved, understanding what needs they addressed, recognizing what questions they asked, and considering whether their approaches might inform our own searches for meaning. We face many of the same challenges they faced: mortality, suffering, injustice, the need for meaning, the desire for transcendence. Their solutions were shaped by their world, but the underlying needs are universal, and their creativity in responding deserves our respect and attention. The sun has set on the ancient Egyptian world, but the stories they told still shimmer with power and beauty. The gods they worshipped no longer receive offerings in great temples, but they live on in our imaginations, in museums, in books, in conversations like this one. The civilization that built the pyramids and carved the great temples has passed into history, but the questions they asked and the answers they found remain relevant, remain moving, remain worthy of contemplation. We've traveled together tonight from the primordial waters of Nun to the field of reeds, from Ra's solar bark to Osiris's throne, from the first sunrise to the eternal return. We've met gods who could be wise or foolish, terrible or tender, distant or intimate. We've witnessed creation myths that explained how everything came to be, followed the sun on its dangerous night journey through the underworld, watched the heart being weighed against the feather of truth, and learned how love could triumph over death itself. The Egyptians understood something profound about human nature and the cosmos. They knew that we need patterns we can trust, cycles that repeat, promises that are kept. The sun rises every morning not by chance, but because Ra completes his journey, defeats Apophis, and emerges triumphant from the east. The Nile floods each year not randomly, but because it follows the divine order established at creation. These patterns gave the Egyptians confidence that the universe made sense, that there was underlying order, even when surface events seemed chaotic. They also understood that death, that most frightening and inevitable of human experiences, didn't have to be the end. With proper preparation, with the right knowledge, with a heart that had lived according to Ma'at, you could navigate the dangers of the underworld and emerge into eternal life. You could become an Akh, a blessed spirit who would participate in the sun's eternal journey, who would dwell in the field of reeds, who would be reunited with loved ones, who would continue existing forever. This wasn't wishful thinking, but a carefully constructed system backed by centuries of observation, theological reflection, and practical experience. The mummification process preserved the body so it could serve as a home for the returning soul. The funerary text provided the knowledge needed to navigate the afterlife. The tomb provided a physical anchor in the world. The offerings ensured the ka would not starve. The name preserved in stone ensured you wouldn't be forgotten. Every detail mattered. Every ritual served a purpose. Every spell addressed a real danger or need. And at the center of it all stood Maat, that fundamental principle of truth, justice, order, and balance. Maat was both cosmic and personal, both the force that kept the stars in their courses and the ethical standard by which hearts were judged. To live according to Maat meant speaking truth, dealing fairly, treating others kindly, fulfilling your obligations, maintaining proper relationships. It meant being part of the solution rather than part of the problem, contributing to order rather than adding to chaos. This ethical dimension gave Egyptian religion moral weight. You couldn't just perform rituals and expect salvation. Your actions mattered. Your choices had consequences. The heart kept score, and that record would be read in the hall of judgment. Amit waited for those whose hearts were heavy with sin, offering not punishment but annihilation, the second death from which there was no return. The stakes were ultimate, yet the religion also showed compassion and understanding of human weakness. There were spells to help your heart during judgment, amulets to protect you, gods who would advocate for you. The emphasis on proper knowledge and ritual preparation suggested that ignorance could be remedied, that you could learn what you needed to know, that help was available. The gods wanted you to succeed, wanted to welcome you into eternal life, provided you had lived with basic decency and acquired the necessary wisdom. The mythology's psychological sophistication is remarkable. The concept of multiple soul components, K and Ba and Akh and heart and name and shadow, recognized that human identity is complex and multifaceted. The Ba as a bird that could travel between tomb and world acknowledged our need to maintain connections with loved ones even after death. The emphasis on memory and name preservation addressed our deep desire to be remembered, to have our lives acknowledged as meaningful. The gods themselves were psychologically nuanced. They felt emotions, made mistakes, changed their minds, could be petitioned and persuaded. This made them relatable, accessible, not distant abstractions, but beings you could have relationships with. When Isis mourned Osiris, she became a model for all who grieve. When Horus fought for justice against overwhelming odds, he inspired all who face injustice. The myths provided narrative templates for understanding your own experiences. The art and architecture that express these beliefs continue to move us across the millennia. The pyramids at Giza, rising from the desert like geometric mountains, still inspire awe and wonder. The great temple complexes at Karnak and Luxor, with their forests of columns and massive pylons, still convey the grandeur the ancient architects intended. The colorful tomb paintings showing the deceased in eternal paradise still charm and fascinate. The delicate beauty of jewelry, and amulets still delights the eye. This aesthetic dimension wasn't mere decoration, but essential to the religion's function. Beauty created atmosphere, inspired devotion, made the divine presence tangible. When you entered a temple and saw columns carved to look like papyrus plants, ceiling painted to show the stars of heaven, walls covered with hieroglyphs and divine images, you knew you had left the ordinary world and entered sacred space. The sensory experience reinforced the spiritual message. The hieroglyphic writing system itself was beautiful, each sign carefully shaped, often incorporating images of gods, animals, plants, and human figures. Writing was an art as well as a practical skill, and the best scribes were admired for both their knowledge and their calligraphy. The papyri of the Book of the Dead that have survived are masterpieces, combining eloquent text with stunning illustrations, creating objects of beauty that were also functional guides to the afterlife. When the last ancient Egyptian temple finally fell silent, when the last priest who could read hieroglyphics died, something precious was lost. For more than 1,500 years, the voices of ancient Egypt were silenced. The monuments remained, the texts were still inscribed on temple walls and written on papyri, but no one could read them. The myths and beliefs that had sustained a great civilization for 3,000 years became obscure, known only through fragmentary Greek and Roman accounts that often misunderstood or distorted what they described. But the silence wasn't permanent. The discovery of the Rosetta Stone and Champollion's brilliant decipherment of hieroglyphics gave us back those voices. Suddenly we could read what the ancient Egyptians themselves had written, not filtered through foreign interpreters, but direct and unmediated. The pyramid texts, the coffin texts, the Book of the Dead, the temple hymns, the wisdom literature, all of it became accessible again. The archaeological work of the past 2 centuries has added immensely to our knowledge. Excavations have revealed not just royal tombs and great temples, but ordinary houses, workshops, villages, giving us insight into how common people lived and what they believed. We found letters, receipts, schoolwork, personal prayers, magical spells, all the debris of daily life that shows Egyptian religion wasn't just elite theology, but lived practice at every level of society. Modern technology continues revealing secrets. CT scans peer inside mummies without unwrapping them, showing us how embalmers worked. Chemical analysis identifies substances used in mummification and offerings. DNA studies answer questions about royal family relationships. Ground-penetrating radar and satellite imagery find buried structures. Each generation of scholars adds to the accumulated knowledge, deepening our understanding while raising new questions. Today, Egyptian mythology is studied in universities worldwide, taught in schools, featured in museums, dramatized in films and television. It has become part of global cultural heritage, recognized as one of humanity's great achievements. The gods of Egypt are known far beyond Egypt's borders, their stories told to children growing up in countries the ancient Egyptians never imagined. Some people attempt to revive Egyptian religion as a living practice, part of the broader neo-pagan movement. They study ancient texts, reconstruct rituals, celebrate festivals, worship the old gods. Whether this represents genuine religious continuity or modern invention is debatable, but it shows that Egyptian mythology can still inspire devotion, can still speak to spiritual needs, can still provide meaning for those who approach it with reverence. For most of us, Egyptian mythology functions differently, not as religion we practice, but as wisdom we can learn from, stories we can appreciate, art we can admire. The questions the Egyptians asked remain our questions. What happens after death? Why is there evil? How should we live? What is justice? What gives life meaning? We may frame these questions differently and seek different answers, but the questions themselves are eternal. Part of what it means to be human, to be conscious of our mortality, and to wonder why we exist. The Egyptian answers, while specific to their culture and time, contain universal elements. The emphasis on truth and justice as cosmic principles, not just social conventions. The belief that death is not final, that something of us can survive if properly tended. The conviction that our choices matter, that how we live shapes what comes after. The hope that the universe ultimately makes sense, that there are patterns we can trust, that order will prevail over chaos. These aren't provable as facts, but they're powerful as myths, as narratives that give shape to experience and meaning to existence. The Egyptians lived by these stories for 3,000 years, longer than any comparable civilization has lasted. The beliefs sustained them through famines and invasions, through dynastic changes and periods of chaos, through all the challenges that any society faces over such vast stretches of time. That endurance suggests these myths served real human needs, provided genuine psychological and spiritual benefits. The mythology's flexibility and adaptability contributed to its longevity. When new gods appeared, they could be incorporated without threatening the existing pantheon. When foreign influences arrived, they could be absorbed and Egyptianized. When theological developments occurred, they didn't require rejecting earlier beliefs, but could coexist with them. This pluralistic approach acknowledged that truth has many faces, that different perspectives can all be valid, that reality is too complex for any single narrative to capture completely. This stands in interesting contrast to more exclusive religious systems that insist on single correct answers, that view theological difference as error rather than alternative perspective. The Egyptian approach allowed for diversity while maintaining coherence, for change while preserving continuity, for regional variation within national unity. It was sophisticated theology that recognized the limits of human understanding, even as it affirmed confident beliefs about fundamental matters. As we've seen tonight, the system worked at multiple levels simultaneously. There were sophisticated theological concepts pondered by learned priests in temple libraries. There were elaborate state rituals performed by the pharaoh to maintain cosmic order. There were local traditions celebrated in provincial towns. And there was household religion, the simple daily devotions of ordinary people seeking protection, blessing, and comfort from gods who felt close and accessible. All of this fit together into a coherent whole, a comprehensive worldview that shaped every aspect of Egyptian civilization. The calendar was religious, marking festivals and sacred days. The government was religious, with the pharaoh as divine intermediary. The economy was deeply intertwined with temple institutions. Art and architecture served primarily religious functions. Medicine combined practical treatments with magical spells. Even the Egyptians' famous engineering achievements, like the pyramids and temples, were motivated by religious beliefs and built to honor gods and prepare for the afterlife. This integration of religion with all aspects of life created a civilization of remarkable stability and continuity. Egypt's core cultural identity remained recognizable across 3,000 years, far longer than most civilizations maintain coherence. The religious foundation provided that stability, giving people shared values, common goals, and mutual understanding that transcended regional differences and dynastic changes. When we look at Egyptian mythology today, we're not just studying ancient history, we're encountering a different way of being human, a different solution to universal problems, a different set of answers to eternal questions. The Egyptians faced the same realities we face: death and suffering and uncertainty and the search for meaning, and they created responses of extraordinary sophistication and beauty. Their myths remind us that we are not the first to wonder, not the first to hope, not the first to believe that there must be more than the material world we can see and touch. Humans have always created meaning, have always told stories, have always reached towards something transcendent. The Egyptians did this with particular brilliance, with an aesthetic sensibility that still moves us, and with philosophical depth that still challenges us to think. The gods they imagined, Ra and Osiris and Isis and Horus and all the rest, were mirrors, reflecting human experiences and aspirations projected onto a cosmic scale. When Isis searches for Osiris, she embodies every person who has mourned a loved one and refused to give up hope. When Horus fights for justice, he represents everyone who has struggled against unfair circumstances. When Ra battles Apophis each night, he enacts the eternal struggle between order and chaos that plays out in every human heart, in every human society. These aren't just ancient stories from a dead civilization. They're living myths that continue to resonate because they speak to something timeless in human experience. The forms may be specifically Egyptian, the names and details products of a particular culture, but the underlying patterns, the fundamental narratives, the essential truths they express, these are universal. And so tonight, as you prepare for sleep, as you let go of the waking world and drift toward dreams, perhaps you'll carry something of Egypt with you into the darkness. Perhaps you'll remember that the sun will rise tomorrow because order is stronger than chaos, that death is not the end because love can triumph over mortality, that truth matters cosmically and not just socially, that your heart's weight will one day be measured and found, if you have lived well, lighter than a feather. May you sleep well tonight, perhaps to dream of golden barks sailing across star-filled skies, of gods with the heads of animals and the wisdom of ages, of a river that brings life to the desert, of a civilization that believed death was not the end but merely a doorway to something more. And may you wake tomorrow to your own sunrise, your own daily miracle of light, returning from darkness, your own opportunity to live according to truth and justice, to create meaning in your own existence, to face your own mortality with whatever courage and hope you can muster. The ancient Egyptians would be pleased to know their stories still resonate, that people thousands of years and thousands of miles removed from the Nile Valley still find meaning in their myths, beauty in their art, wisdom in their teachings. They built monuments meant to last forever, and those monuments still stand. They wrote texts meant to preserve their names, and we still speak those names. They created a mythology meant to explain the cosmos and guide human life, and that mythology still teaches us, still inspires us, still reminds us of what it means to be human. thank you for being here tonight, for listening, for learning, for caring enough about these ancient stories to give them your time and attention. In doing so, you've kept the ancient Egyptians alive in some sense, fulfilled their hope of being
Remembered, ensured that what they created wasn't lost but continues to influence the world. That's a kind of immortality, perhaps the only kind that's real, to live on in memory and influence across the generations. Until next time, sleep well, dream well, and may your heart be lighter than a feather. May Ra's bark carry the sun safely through the night. May Osiris welcome the worthy dead to his realm. May Isis's magic protect those who need it. May Horus bring justice to the wronged. May Thoth record truth. May Anubis guide souls. May all the gods of Egypt, though they no longer receive offerings in great temples, continue to live in our imaginations and our dreams. Good night from ancient Egypt. Good night from the land where pyramids touch the sky and hieroglyphs speak across millennia. Good night from the Nile Valley where civilization first flourished. Sleep well, dream of gods and pharaohs, and remember that the sun always rises, that order always returns, that light always overcomes darkness in the end. End of script. Final word. Count approximately 3,500 words. But before we truly part, let me share with you some final thoughts about how this ancient wisdom can still speak to us today. How these myths that were old when Rome was young can still illuminate our modern lives. To truly understand Egyptian mythology, we need to understand that the Egyptians didn't separate geography from theology. Every hill, every temple, every city carried mythological significance. The land itself was a text that could be read by those who knew the stories. The city of Abydos, located in Upper Egypt, became one of the most sacred places in all of Egypt because it was believed to be the burial place of Osiris himself. According to tradition, when Isis collected the scattered pieces of Osiris's body after Set dismembered him, she buried the head at Abydos. This made the city the most important pilgrimage site for any Egyptian who could afford the journey. To be buried at Abydos, or at least to have a memorial stele erected there with your name on it, was to associate yourself with Osiris in the most direct way possible. It meant your resurrection was almost guaranteed because you rested in the same ground as the god of resurrection himself. Thousands of stele from across Egyptian history line what's called the Terrace of the Great God at Abydos, each bearing a name, each representing someone's hope for eternal life. Every year, a great festival was held at Abydos, reenacting the passion of Osiris. Priests would carry his statue in procession from the temple to the supposed tomb, following the route Isis had taken when searching for her husband. The procession would include ritual battles between the followers of Horus and the followers of Set. Dramatic performances that must have been something like medieval passion plays. The people who attended these festivals believed they were participating directly in the mythological events, that by witnessing and taking part in the reenactment, they were helping to ensure Osiris's resurrection would happen again, that the cycle of death and rebirth would continue. This wasn't passive observation, but active participation in maintaining cosmic order. Texts from Middle Kingdom officials describe how they participated in these festivals, how they fought for Osiris against his enemies, how they helped protect the god's bark as it made its sacred journey. One official named Iker left an inscription describing his role in the festival during the reign of Senusret III. He organized the procession, equipped the sacred bark, defended it against symbolic attackers, and finally placed Osiris in his tomb. This wasn't just administrative duty or theatrical performance for Ikernofret. It was profound religious experience, a moment when he stood at the center of cosmic drama and helped maintain the order of the universe. His inscription makes clear how deeply he felt honored by this responsibility, how seriously he took his role in the sacred mystery. The Fayum region, with its large lake, was associated with the primordial waters of Nun. The lake was seen as a remnant of the original ocean from which creation emerged, and the cities around it had temples dedicated to various aspects of creation mythology. Crocodiles in the lake were particularly sacred because they were living links to the chaotic waters of the beginning, creatures that existed at the boundary between order and chaos, equally at home in water and on land. The city of Crocodilopolis had a temple dedicated to Sobek, the crocodile god. A single sacred crocodile lived in the temple precincts, pampered and adorned with golden jewelry. This crocodile wasn't just a symbol of Sobek. It was believed to be an incarnation of the god himself, living flesh made sacred. When it died, it would be mummified with full honors, and a new crocodile would be chosen to receive the god's presence. Visitors to the temple would bring offerings to the sacred crocodile, would watch it being fed, would seek its blessing for protection against the many normal crocodiles that infested the waters and were deadly dangerous. The Greek historian Strabo, who visited Egypt during the Roman period, described seeing the sacred crocodile being fed cakes and meat and honey wine, an image both strange and somehow moving in its reverence for the divine presence in animal form. Memphis, the ancient capital at the junction of Upper and Lower Egypt, was the cult center of Ptah. The great temple of Ptah at Memphis was one of the oldest and most important in all Egypt. Ptah's high priest bore the title Greatest of Craftsmen, reflecting the god's role as divine artisan who spoke creation into being. The temple included workshops where craftsmen of all kinds would come to honor their patron deity, offering the first fruits of their labor to the god who had given them their skills. Stone carvers, metal workers, carpenters, jewelers, all would acknowledge Ptah as the source of their abilities. This created a theology of work, an understanding that every craft, every skill, every act of making was participation in the divine work of creation that Ptah had begun when he spoke the world into existence. Within the temple precinct at Memphis also lived the Apis bull, another animal incarnation of divinity. The Apis bull was carefully selected according to specific markings: a black bull with a white diamond on its forehead and other particular signs. Like the crocodile of Sobek, this bull was believed to be the living embodiment of Ptah, or sometimes of Ptah's soul, or later of Osiris Apis. The bull lived in luxury, tended by priests, and when it died, all Egypt went into mourning. The dead Apis bull would be mummified and buried with full royal honors in the Serapeum at Saqqara, an underground necropolis where generation after generation of sacred bulls rested in massive stone sarcophagi weighing many tons each. The worship of the Apis bull shows how Egyptian religion could treat animals as sacred without being primitive or superstitious. The Egyptians didn't worship all bulls. They worshiped this specific bull, chosen by divine signs,
believed to be the vessel for God's presence in the physical world. It was sophisticated theology about the relationship between divine and material realms, about how transcendent divinity could become immanent and accessible. When you brought an offering to the Apis bull, you were approaching Ptah himself in a form that could see you, acknowledge you, accept your gift. The bull's movements could be interpreted as oracular messages. Its health was seen as reflecting the health of the land. When it died and a new Apis was found, the discovery was celebrated as the god returning, making himself available once again to his people. The Egyptian calendar was itself a religious document. The civil calendar of 365 days divided into 12 months of 30 days each plus 5 extra epagomenal days was supplemented by a religious calendar that marked out festivals throughout the year. Some festivals were celebrated across all Egypt. Others were local to specific cities and their patron deities. The cycle of festivals gave structure to the year, marking time not just by agricultural seasons, but by mythological events that were reenacted annually. Life moved from festival to festival, from celebration to celebration, each one commemorating some aspect of the divine drama that undergirded all existence. The 5 epagomenal days at the end of the year, called the days upon the year, were considered especially significant and slightly dangerous. According to myth, these were the days when Nut gave birth to her 5 children: Osiris, Horus the Elder, Set, Isis, and Nephthys. Each day was dedicated to one of these births. The first epagomenal day, Osiris's birthday, was considered especially blessed. People would celebrate, make offerings, hope for good fortune in the coming year. The third day, Set's birthday, was considered unlucky and dangerous. People would be careful about what activities they undertook on that day, avoiding travel or important business if possible. This shows how mythology directly shaped daily life and decision-making. The calendar wasn't neutral or arbitrary, but was loaded with meaning, each day having its own character based on mythological associations. Time itself was sacred, patterned, according to divine events that happened at the beginning and that continued to influence the present. The Wepet Renpet festival, which marked the new year, was celebrated when the star Sirius reappeared in the sky after being invisible for 70 days. This heliacal rising of Sirius coincided roughly with the beginning of the Nile flood, making it a natural marker for the new year. The reappearance of the star was understood as the goddess Sopdet returning, bringing with her the life-giving waters. Temples would hold special ceremonies. People would exchange gifts. Houses would be cleaned and freshly plastered. It was a time of renewal, when the world itself was beginning again, echoing the first creation. The New Year festival lasted for days, involving processions, offerings, feasting, and the settling of accounts from the previous year. It was both solemn and joyous, acknowledging the passage of time while celebrating the renewal of life. The beautiful feast of the valley was one of the most important festivals in Thebes. It took place in the second month of the harvest season. The statue of a moon would cross from the east bank of the Nile, where Karnak stood among the living, to the west bank, where the necropolis held the dead. The god would visit the mortuary temples of deceased kings, renewing their offerings and confirming their continued divine status. Families would gather at their ancestral tombs, share meals with the dead, pour libations, burn incense, and celebrate the reunion between the living and the deceased. This festival is particularly moving because it shows the Egyptian attitude toward death and the dead. This wasn't somber mourning, but joyful celebration. The dead were still part of the family, still deserving of honor and inclusion. They could enjoy the feast just as the living did, could smell the incense and taste the essence of the food, could delight in the music and laughter. The boundary between life and death, while real, was permeable during such festivals. The dead could cross over to visit the living, and the living could commune with the dead without fear or sadness, only love and continuity. Tomb paintings often show families feasting together, and during the Valley Festival, these scenes came to life as real families gathered in the same decorated chambers their ancestors had prepared. The said festival was the most important royal ritual, though not celebrated on a regular calendar. Traditionally held after 30 years of a king's reign, it was a jubilee that magically renewed the pharaoh's power and vitality. The ceremonies lasted for days and included the king running between markers to demonstrate his physical vigor. The king would receive the crowns of Upper and Lower Egypt again, making offerings to various gods from shrines representing different regions of Egypt, and shooting arrows to the 4 cardinal directions to symbolize his dominion over all lands. The said festival was based on very ancient rituals, probably predating the unification of Egypt. Some of its ceremonies were so archaic that even the priests who performed them in later periods didn't fully understand their original meaning. They preserved them because tradition demanded it, because these were the rites that had been performed since the time of the gods. And to change them would be to risk cosmic disorder. The fact that the Egyptians maintained these archaic rituals for thousands of years shows their deep conservatism, their belief that old ways had power precisely because they were old, because they connected present to past to the very beginning of time itself. Change was dangerous. Tradition was safety. What the ancestors had done must be done again, exactly as they had done it generation after generation. Pharaohs who ruled for less than 30 years sometimes celebrated said festivals anyway, suggesting that the ritual's purpose went beyond merely marking anniversaries. Amenhotep III celebrated 3 said festivals in quick succession late in his reign, perhaps trying to magically extend his life or cement his legacy. The festival was about renewal, about defeating time, about proving that the king was still capable of ruling, still blessed by the gods, still the same vital force he had been at his coronation. In this sense, every said festival was a victory over death, the king symbolically dying and being reborn, becoming young again through sacred ritual. What strikes me most powerfully as we come to the end of our time together tonight is how alive Egyptian mythology still feels, even after thousands of years, even after the last temple fell silent, even after the last priest who could read hieroglyphs died. These gods and goddesses, these stories of creation and death and resurrection, they haven't lost their power to move us, to make us think, to help us understand something about what it means to be human. When we read about Isis searching for Osiris, we feel her grief. When we hear about Horus fighting for justice, we understand his determination. When we contemplate Ra's nightly journey through darkness, we recognize our own struggles against chaos and despair. The Egyptians created something extraordinary. They built a civilization that lasted longer than any other, And they built it on a foundation of stories, of beliefs about how the world works and what happens after death, and how we should live. Those stories gave meaning to suffering, purpose to labor, hope beyond the grave. They transformed the Nile Valley from a harsh desert environment into one of history's richest cultures. They turned stone and reed and mud into monuments that still inspire awe. And they did all this while understanding something profound that we sometimes forget in our modern world, that life and death are not opposites, but partners in an endless dance, that every ending contains a new beginning, that the sun always rises after the darkest night, that love is stronger than death, and truth more powerful than lies. These aren't naive beliefs. The Egyptians knew full well that life was hard, that death was real, that suffering existed. They buried children who died too young. They experienced war and famine. They knew betrayal and injustice, but they responded to these realities not with despair, but with determination to create meaning, beauty, and hope. They said, yes, death exists, but we will defeat it through preservation and ritual and knowledge. Yes, chaos threatens, but we will maintain order through proper behavior and sacred ceremony. Yes, we are mortal, but we will build things that last forever, carve our names in stone, create texts that will be read thousands of years from now. And they succeeded. Here we are, separated from them by an unimaginable gulf of time and culture, and yet we can still read their words, still see their faces in painted portraits and carved reliefs, still walk through the spaces they created, still ponder the questions they asked and the answers they found. The Egyptian belief that to speak someone's name is to make them live again turns out to be profoundly true. By speaking the names of Ra and Osiris and Isis tonight, by telling their stories, by remembering the civilization that worshipped them, we have given them a kind of continued existence. They live in our minds now, in our conversations, in the stories we'll tell others about what we learned. This is the immortality the Egyptians sought, and they achieved it more completely than perhaps any other ancient people. The pyramids still stand after 4,500 years. The temples, though some are ruins, still inspire reverence. The mummies, preserved with such care, still rest in museums where millions can see them and marvel. The texts carved in stone or written on papyrus still speak across the millennia. And the myths, the beautiful, profound, sometimes strange and always fascinating myths, continue to teach us about creation and destruction, order and chaos, life and death, justice and truth, love and betrayal, suffering and hope. They remind us that human beings have always wondered about the big questions, have always created meaning through storytelling, have always reached toward something transcendent beyond the merely material. Thank you for joining me on this journey through the mythology of ancient Egypt. Thank you for giving your time and attention to these ancient stories, for caring enough to learn about gods who haven't received worship in temples for nearly 2,000 years. In doing so, you've participated in keeping their memory alive, in fulfilling the ancient Egyptians' deepest wish, to be remembered. If you enjoyed this exploration, please consider liking this video and subscribing to the channel. There are so many more mythologies to explore together, so many more stories of how humans across cultures and throughout history have tried to understand the cosmos and their place in it. Each mythology offers unique insights different perspectives, alternative answers to the eternal questions we all face. But tonight belonged to Egypt. Tonight we walked the banks of the Nile, watched the sun rise over the pyramids, descended into painted tombs, stood before temple pylons, listened to hymns sung in a language not spoken as a living tongue for over 1,000 years. Tonight we met gods with the heads of animals and the concerns of humans, gods who created worlds and died and lived again, gods who taught us that death is not the end and the truth matters cosmically. May you sleep well tonight, and may your dreams be filled with golden barks sailing across star-studded skies, with gods whose wisdom spans millennia, with rivers that bring life to deserts, with civilizations that believed so strongly in life after death that they built monuments to immortality that still stand today. May you wake tomorrow to your own sunrise, your own daily reminder that light always returns after darkness, that endings lead to beginnings, that the patterns the Egyptians saw in nature are patterns we can still trust. And may your heart, when the time comes for it to be weighed, be found lighter than a feather. May you have lived according to truth, spoken justly, dealt fairly, shown kindness, maintained mayat in your own small corner of the universe. This was the Egyptian hope, and it remains a worthy aspiration even now, to live so well that death holds no terror, to create meaning and beauty that outlasts your mortal span, to be remembered with love and respect by those who come after. Good night from ancient Egypt. Good night from the land of the Pharaohs and the pyramids. Good night from the Nile Valley where civilization first flourished and where the gods first spoke to humanity. Sleep well, dream deeply, and remember, the sun always rises, the Nile always floods, the cycles continue, and love is stronger than death. Until next time, may you walk in Ma'at, may you be true of voice, and may your name be spoken with honor long after you have sailed west to the beautiful west where Osiris rules and the field of reeds waits for those who have lived well. Good night.